Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do, chat? You look well rested? I suppose. We need to watch the concert? We will. We will. Don't worry. Talk to Draft. Buddy, it's 2025. I'm not gonna talk to Draft. Okay. Hmm. Where shall our resin be spent today? Why do I even bother asking? Chat, I started reading something new yesterday, and I was like actually so pleasantly surprised by how good it's been. And it has like 300 chapters. So that's like 2 days of reading, not just one. Drop the name. It's called Mukyang Dark Lady. Of the Gender Bender series. I mean, I don't really like the. I don't feel like the gender bender aspect really contributes to the story that much. But like the story as a whole is really good. And it has some fucking insane character designs. Like, the character designs go so fucking hard. The raw art. Yeah, the art as a whole also looks fucking amazing. Like, I need to show you guys some of the characters because the art really is fucking amazing, right? Bro, what's the Emperor's name again? Any knowers? Whatever. Alright. There's this guy. This is the main character. This is the main character's original form. That's one guy. That's a guy. That's one of the guys too. That's the Emperor. Like, bro, the characters just look so fucking sick, man. How's the story? It's really interesting. It's like they the way that the story is developed makes it really clear that this is not a story of good versus evil. This is it's a faction thing. The antagonists' motivations are properly developed, and it's not like their actions are being justified, but like you understand why they act the way they do. And you can't really be like, well, these are the bad guys, because the people that are allied with the protagonist have similar motivations and do similar things. You know, when you're sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of coffee. When you introduce an antagonist in the like traditional way of having the antagonist do something and then eventually through the story their motivations are explained, right? Stories are told for a reason. Right? You're not just gonna randomly decide, okay, well, today in my story, I'm gonna talk about the weather for no reason. Right? There's always a narrative purpose to story elements. And when what you do is character does action, and then character's motivations and background is explained. Is level 100k a good choice? Yes. When you do that, you kind of you're implying something, right? You're saying because a story can't just be I like a story that you actively decide to write won't just be like, yes, this morning I went outside and I ate a cookie. The end. Elements that are included in your story are going to relate to one another in a specific way. But when you don't explicitly mention how they're supposed to relate, you leave it implicit, right? When you have character does action, and this is the reason for character's actions, you're kind of implying a certain amount of justification, right? Because you leave the connection between the two blank, but the most intuitive one is character does action because of, well, the reason. And something that this story does that I think is really good is instead of structuring it like that, our first exposition to the antagonist is the like reasoning and explanation. Before we see them do any negative actions, we get to see why they act the way they do. And so it doesn't feel like the story is trying to justify their negative actions. It just feels like it's trying to contextualize them. And I just think that's really cool. Oh my god, 3-minute clear. GG. Why can't I get good artifacts? Who do I have to bribe to get good artifacts? Sneak one straw box? I'll have to soon, because I'm running out of inventory space. Yeah. Holy. As I was saying. Strongbox stream, but I'm not gonna do a lot of strongbox because I want to keep my strongbox for Long Night's Oath. But I mean, my artifacts are gonna be full, so I'm gonna have to use them for something. Oh! Wait. Okay. Okay, come on. Just dodge the defense. I'm begging you. Okay, mineral, but I'll take it. Please stop being minerals, but I'll take it. That's a low roll. I'll take it. Fuck! That's not an upgrade. I'm pretty sure. Actually, yeah, no. Unlucky. Any other set and it's a huge upgrade? Probably, yeah. Might allow you to cheat Akasha? No, because the ER roll is low. My Sense is 4.5 ER. It's a low roll of ER. Which means that another low roll of ER is not enough to bring me over 10, so it doesn't get me to the 110 leaderboard. Yeah. It is what it is. The roll value is really low across the board, and yeah, GG.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Well, thank you for Ad Astra.
Chad, can I say something? Okay, can I be honest with all of you today? No? Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, yes. Listen. I'm not a huge advocate for punitive justice, okay? Personally, I'm a little bit more into the restorative justice type. I'm more of a restorative justice type guy, okay? But sometimes people go too far, alright? And I think that whoever's idea it was to call it Luna 1 instead of 6.0 is exactly why the electric chair needs to exist. Dude, why? Do you guys have any idea how unintuitive it's gonna be that the first major version is 1 instead of 0, by the way? Like, Luna 1 is not 6.1 and 6.0. Why? Fuck, man! Fuck, man! Because Luna 0 is low. True! I see, that's why. That's why they didn't start at 0. I understand. I can respect it then. Not today. I think anything is today right now, right? So, I guess we want to go for the prep. We know for a fact that Sucrose is on the Flins banner now, right? So I could start pre-farming Sucrose already. I can't pre-farm Flins because the stuff isn't out yet, but I can pre-farm Sucrose. I'm too lazy to do VV Bennett for this. Wait, I need to invade a world. Chat! I need an Elper. Actually, not just an Elper. I need an Elper that is willing to use a portable waypoint and put it here, because ain't no fucking way we're walking all the way here every time. Me? Okay. Wait, also, apparently there's another code. Fuck. How many do I need? I just need to get her to Ascension 4, which is... Ascension 2 is 2, Ascension 3 is 4, Ascension 4 is 8, right? That's 14. We're waiting for them to teleport out. There we go. Highly dangerous. I mean, you're right. What?
Of our legacy.
What? I was clearly in the middle of a dash. Nah. Okay, why does it have to be raining, by the way, man? Fuck you. I'm not supposed to be getting one shot by this. Actually, no, I wouldn't change anything. Even if I get 4, unless I get it twice in a row, it won't matter now. You know what, Chad? I'm gonna be a genius, okay? I'm gonna be really smart, and I'm gonna put Signo on the team so I don't get one shot. I got hit, but I didn't get one shot, so... Hey! My ghost displays his power yet again. Is that ever worth logging? Healing bonus instructors circlet? Honestly, why not? I'm hoping he won't get a single copy of Sucrose. Okay, Jokester Sauce, I will remember your name. I will remember you. If I don't get a single copy of Sucrose, not only will you get banned, but you will never be unbanned. Ain't no way, bro. Alright. And in this life and the next. Yup. I'll only have to do this one more time when I'm done for today. Four doesn't matter now. Take that though. That could be nice. I'll get it to 8. See if it rolls crit on 8. Be nice if it rolled the REM. Oop. Oh. Unlucky. Oh, I didn't even realize I had one of these. Then this is worthless. Well, no, it's not. This is shit, though. True. Actually, is that true? Probably. Because of Shilonen. Right? Shilonen makes it so the healing from Noelle doesn't really matter. Technically, Shilonen is better as a DPS. She's not. You're coping.
Add as. Thank you for add as.
8 days until this expires. Okay. Oh, having a Quaint Fate. Am I 50? Oh, yeah, I am. Are we anywhere close to 4-star pity? I think we're over halfway there, right? Yeah, we're at 5. Kind of wish I got that Kave on my main account instead of on this account, but I'll probably get at least one Kave on the Lauma banner. But it's not like it matters because I don't have Nilou. You know, there's a chance I'll get Nilou on main next patch. It'll depend on Nefer leaks because I want to get Nefer. I want to get Nefer. And I am going to get Lauma, so if Nefer is reliant on Nilou, I might get Nilou from the Chronicle. I hope she's not, though, because that's a lot of primos, man. Anyways, I've got 20 leftover resin, but I don't need to use it. I should go pre-register for this, huh? Congratulations, pre-registration successful. Oh, is that it? That's crazy. You only have to click one button? Insane. This is just the redemption codes? Okay. It can be, yes. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Actually, no, I don't. I don't know. Maybe. Because if I go for Nilou, I might get Nilou C1 instead. Watch Jamie's video about Nilou returning to the meta. Sure, we can watch that. Why not? All right.
Managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing.
That's not on the VOD. Let's go put it on the VOD. What the fuck is this, man? What is bro doing, man?
Wow, guys, what a crazy.
That's crazy, man.
Wow, guys, what a crazy stream we just watched. As you guys know, I'm going to be honest, I was planning on putting Lauma for ages. And honestly, I thought she was going to be a Rhymegrass character. Especially how they keep linking her with like Frost Moon kind of stuff and like the Frost aesthetic. But hey, we can see it. Look, that is the Nilou team that I play. And yeah, it turns out that Lauma is, I assume, she's the team that I play. And yeah, it turns out that Lauma is, I assume, she's going to be basically like the Escoffier for Bloom teams. Deals continuous Dendro damage, reducing their Hydro and Dendro res, also enhancing Bloom based reactions. And when she's in the party, all Bloom reactions triggered will be converted into Lunar Bloom. In fact, she seems incredible because she doesn't seem to be just a Bloom character, but just Dendro, like Bloom related reactions in general. You can see there they're sort of teasing the Toma version teams. Here they're teasing Hyper Bloom teams. But you guys know me, and I know you guys, we're all mostly interested in the Nilou teams, to be honest. In fact, I was actually curious, when's the last time I made a Nilou video? I did make a speedrunning video about 6 months ago. As you know, originally in this channel, a lot of people know me for my Nilou theory crafting, my Nilou guides, gameplay, and yeah, I've just made so many Nilou videos ever since she came out. Let's get first impressions on my guesses. I actually think there'll be some sort of Nilou Kokomi core going on. For example, maybe the most popular team would be Nahida and Lauma, because if Lauma's bringing that much to her kit, then there's a good chance she will be one of your best options here. I also have to say, there is
Kokomi as the core. Good one, buddy. Good one, buddy.
A world where Nahida isn't actually needed. Lauma being a modern character, Nahida being a 3.0 character. Like, we've already seen what we got with the Escoffier. We already saw what we got with Chevron.
I'm sorry. This is not where your C6 Kokomi can shine. In no way it is! Because your C6 Kokomi means that if you select Kokomi, you get to, from the selector, you get to level her to 95. That's a pretty big buff for this team, you know? That's a pretty big buff for this team. It is! It is! So like, maybe you were ahead of the curve. You've been ready for this for a long time.
Seat Lally for melt teams, even Inefa. There's so much that they bring.
Blood for good Kokomi isn't standard? Yeah, but she's still... Oh, fuck. My, smoke detector is running out of batteries, so it's gonna start doing, like, doop! Every few minutes. Oh, that's annoying. GG. You know, the first time this happened to me, I didn't know what it was. And so, I spent like 3 months getting pinged IRL, going crazy, having no clue what it was. It was bad, man. It was real bad.
The table, It could be the case where a character you thought was strong actually becomes more optional. So it's not just a double hydro team.
How did you know it was a smoke detector? My mom visited at some point and it did it, and she was like, "Oh, how long has it been doing that?" And I was like, "How long has the one's been doing it, Mom?"
Teams. I'm guessing your other core could work well, which is like a triple hydro team and Lauma, maybe something like that. Xingqiu is usually very good in Nilou Bloom teams, the original. So it's not just a double hydro teams.
I'll be right back. Okay, chat, I took the battery out. I'll go buy some batteries today after stream. Let's hope I don't die in a I think there was another one, huh? Fuck me, bro. Which one is it? Ah! Chad, am I an idiot? It was the right one, but I took the battery out, so why is it still doing it? It's wired in. The battery is not for that. Fuck, well I wanted to shut the fuck up. How do I do that? Put a new battery in, but I don't have one! Move out. GG. Wait, maybe I can Uber Eats a battery from Walmart. I'll be right back. That's the tech, chat. We're gonna Uber Eats a battery from Walmart. So it's a 9 volt. Alright. I'm out of ramen too, so I might as well also have some ramen, huh? The tech is wasting money. I mean, what else can I do? End stream? I guess I could call my mom and ask her if she's busy. I might as well do that first, sure. I'll be right back. Never mind, my phone's dead. I can't. Bro, this is not a this is not a very professional stream today, huh? But it's peak entertainment. True! Is that the right one? That looks like it's the literal exact same battery, so probably. I will... I'll buy 2. And put one in my drawer for the next time. I don't have one in my drawer, right? Perhaps later. I'm busy doing something important right now. I have placed the order. I'll keep my laptop right next here. And, do I close my door so it's a bit less loud? Or do you guys want the banger beep to stay? Maybe you want the banger beep to stay, actually. It's funny? Okay. Alright, we'll keep the banger beep. 50 subs to close the door. True!
Guess he thought was Inefa. There's so much in the world where Nahida isn't actually needed. Lauma being a modern character, Nahida being a 3.0 character. Like, we've already seen what we got with the Scoffier. We already saw what we got with Chevreuse. Seat Lally for melt teams, even Enefa. There's so much that they bring to the table. It could be the case where a character you thought was strong actually becomes more optional. So it's not just a double Hydro teams. I'm guessing the other core could work well, which is like a triple Hydro team and Lauma. Maybe something like that. Xingqiu is usually very good in Nilou Bloom teams because of how much EM you can pump into him and how much Hydro application he has. He does have a habit of dying though. So in regards to Nahida, I'm very interested in even testing some 4-stars. You know, maybe there's a world where Kole actually works well with Lauma. The last team I do want to mention, and I don't actually have him. As you guys might remember from my Nilou videos, Al Haytham, a lot of his best speedrunning teams actually used to be Nilou Bloom teams. And those teams, you might not know, but they actually rarely ever played Nahida. Maybe teams with Xingqiu, Kirara, Baiju, Yao Yao. There was also people playing triple Hydro teams with him. One of the reasons why Al Haytham Bloom was so effective is because Al Haytham didn't have those multi-wave issues that Nahida had. But also, if you look at a little bit of vertical investment scaling, is that Nilou C2, it doesn't just increase your Bloom damage, but because it reduces Hydro and Dendro res, is you're actually increasing personal damage of your teams. And as we saw from the Lauma teaser, she also reduces Dendro and Hydro res. But there is a world where Al Haytham Bloom does get a big buff, and that would be very interesting to test. Anyway, there's so many videos.
But you don't use Nahida in those teams. Like, who are you replacing? Your healer? You can't. So, GG.
To look forward to for Nilou Bloom. There's so much to talk about. But I figured I wanted to make a very simple video to start off with, because I've been getting a lot of questions about it, and I'm assuming there are going to be quite a few newer players to Nilou Bloom. Maybe you haven't played Nilou since launch, or maybe you're picking up for the first time with Lauma. Is a lot of people want to know, because Bloom teams take so much recoil damage, they want to know how much healing do you actually need from your healer, and how hard is it to die. As you guys know, usually your Hydro characters get the most Bloom reactions in these teams. So if you're playing a Hydro healer like Kokomi, it's a common question. Do they want to know, how do you balance building EM versus maybe focusing more on healing, maybe like some healing bonus pieces? So if you didn't know, the way Bloom recoil damage works is you take 5% of the damage you deal to enemies. Do note though, in case it isn't clear here, because I don't think it is, if you're dealing crits, like say for example you have C2 Nahida, and maybe you're dealing double damage in some hits, that doesn't mean you're taking double damage. This basically only considers like your base damage, I guess. So actually a good way they could design Lauma, if they really wanted to make her insane, is if she lets you crit, and they balance a lot of her power budget around critting, because that would be a way they can increase the damage of these teams without actually increasing the damage you take by that as much. Honestly, now that I think about it, that would be a pretty nice idea. Whether they actually do that, I don't know. So my Nahida's on 15k HP. Let me set up here. So about 30k blooms. How much damage was I taking? You saw there 1,500 to herself. And if we do some basic maths, let's say 1,500 divided by 0.05 is about 30k. And then say for example, if you're doing like 35,000 damage in bloom, times that by 0.5, you take about slightly more, but it's about that. So it doesn't sound like that much, but when some of your characters have around 20k HP, like someone like Nahida, and then you're constantly doing bloom damage, you're constantly taking bloom damage, is that a big deal? So let me set up again. Attack with Kole. She's taking like 1,400, 1,700. You can see the small bloom numbers. 1,600. So how much is Kokomi healing for? So you see that? 3,900. My Kokomi is healing for 3,900 with minimal healing bonus, full EM. Now I can open up some old calculations I have here. Depending on the amount of EM your character has, they'll deal different amounts of bloom. And these are with different weapons, like free-to-play weapons like Iron Sting, it's maybe around this. But if you have the key, you can even get closer to 40k. But the interesting thing to note here is that even if you're doing like some insane damage, like 40k, times that by 0.5 is still about 2k. But the question is exactly what is Lauma doing? Because if she's...
The thing is, like, sure, if you just calculate the amount of incoming damage you have and the upper limit of healing that you have, even without healing bonus, you should be fine on Kokomi. But the problem is, you don't necessarily get to dictate that your healing goes to the unit that needs it. And when a character gets low HP, you can't swap into them, because they're gonna die before the healing tick happens. And this is also assuming that you can stay on Kokomi for her whole burst duration, which in a lot of teams you won't. At least you won't want to.
Buffing our damage by a lot, then that should mean our hits are higher, which means we're taking more damage. This is just with deep wood. Say for example, we're actually getting an extra 40%, so maybe 0.7. Now maybe that's unrealistic, but you can see our blooms are skyrocketing way past 40k. Maybe if Llama's shredding much less than that, maybe 20 or 30, let's reduce the damage we're getting from the res shred. Maybe she's actually giving us more reaction bonus. Let's say we're even getting 50k blooms. The recoil damage is ramping up quite a bit, but it's still not a significant amount. The thing I want you guys to realize is, because there's so many buffs in these teams, Llama's probably going to give a insane amount of buffs. Nilou's giving buffs. If you have her key, she's giving even more EM. What that means is, it means the floor for these blooms are going to be very high. Say for example here, I'm doing 35k blooms. Even if I remove 2 of the EM main stats, change that to 1, it's only going down to 32k blooms, which I guess if you want to calculate is like maybe a 9% damage loss or whatever. But using 3k damage, it does not sound like that much, and that would open you up to maybe picking a HP piece somewhere, maybe picking a healing bonus piece somewhere, and that would dramatically increase your healing. So let me take some damage. So again, my triple EM set up just by pressing her skill. So not even using her burst attacks, healing about 3.9k. Let's give her a HP piece and a healing bonus circlet. Look how big of a deal the healing bonus circlet is. So that's like, what, 50% more healing? And again, this is just on the skill. You'll also be pumping up Kokomi's healing.
I think if you're really good, you can get away with EM healing bonus, but I don't think I would ever recommend triple EM if Kokomi's your only healer. It's just not a good idea. EM healing bonus still has a problem, which is your total HP pool on Kokomi is going to be low. And because Kokomi is the character you want to on field, her HP pool being low is actually a problem. Because if she has a low HP pool, she can get... Right? Healing tick happens, then that applies Hydro. It hits you with 2 blooms. You get hit by an enemy attack. You get another bloom proc from Nilou. You're dead. Right? Like, you can lose all of your HP in between 2 healing ticks if your total HP pool is low. 1 HP main stat is generally enough to bring your HP pool just high enough that you won't get one shot between 2 healing ticks, and as long as that doesn't happen, you shouldn't die unless you get hit by the boss multiple times in a row when you're healing more than you take. Right? Like, the main reason for the HP main stat is not the healing. It's the actually having HP on your on-fielder. I mean, the healing is also important, but you know what I mean.
From her burst mode significantly. So what does that mean? It means if you're a min-maxer, someone like me, maybe, if you're trying to get the most damage as possible, then yeah, you probably will be running EM pieces. But if you want to play it safer, you don't have to use EM main stats at all. Feel free to use as much healing as you need. Maybe some of you have already seen this, but I did make a video a long while ago about how you could use Ocean Huge Clam Healing Hybrid build Kokomi, and that was even usable in speedruns. So the point is, if you're able to still get speedruns without using max EM, then you guys who are playing more casually, you definitely don't have to worry about EM, if that's what you want. Having said that, EM will definitely be more damage overall. Now the question is, how easy is it to survive? And I've got some gameplay here I quickly just did. And the thing is, like, Nilou Boom teams just take a lot of practice. That's just what it comes down to. You have to learn how to rotate through your characters.
Yeah, like, this is someone who has played a lot of Nilou. And look at how much HP they lose just when they use...
You have to learn how to rotate.
They just use Nahida's skill.
Characters.
And they lose fucking 15k HP before they can swap out.
How long you should be staying on field with them. You can see often quick swapping through my team quite a lot, and some teams are more flexible in regards to quick swapping than others, but you can also utilize characters burst iframes. Iframes are very good for buying time and just avoiding recoil damage completely. So if anyone says like you need a lot of healing in Bloom teams, they are completely wrong.
You do though. Like, I've talked about this before. It is possible to bypass healing requirements through iframe usage, but honestly, you won't. Right? These fights are happening, like, the chamber is over in 40 seconds here.
Like, you're buying time.
And like, it does not look
avoiding recoil
like you would have kept surviving if this repeated for another 2 minutes. Right, like, when you look at how things are going right now, with Nahida's HP being less than 50%, she probably doesn't get back to full HP from your Kokomi rotation. So this is a rotation where Nahida's HP is difference per rotation is negative. So she'll die eventually. And this is someone who's playing it really well.
Anyone says, like, you need a lot of healing in Bloom teams, they are completely wrong. I've made videos before where I've had like 24, 25k HP Kokomis, and I'm still able to get
yeah, and this is 30k HP Kokomi. The 30k HP build, we're at 1055 right now. Okay, that's the EM.
25k.
But I feel like 30k is kind of really high for a full EM build. Like, is it not? How much HP percent substats are there here? What the fuck?
HP Kokomi.
Like, maybe I'm just delusional, but isn't that a lot? What's Kokomi's base HP again? 13,471. And he has like 30.
Kokomis, and I'm still able to get the clears. Now, obviously, if we're doing
3861. So he's getting 92% total HP percent. There's 25 from resonance, so he's got 67 from substats. It's probably not 67, it's probably like 55 from substats and then a fuck ton of flat HP. But that's a pretty large amount.
Significantly increased damage with Lauma. Maybe like 24, 25k is a bit low. But if you look at my board here, I'm able to get triple EM over 1k EM with 30k HP. And this is a bit crazy. Like, maybe if you lower your
these pieces
standards.
look a bit, yeah.
a bit. I could drop that to that. Even without insane HP substats on some pieces, 29k HP. Even without if you lower
he just
your
removed
standards
one
a
of
bit,
his insane pieces, didn't
I could
he?
drop that to that.
He still got,
even
like,
without
a bunch more.
insane HP substats
Oh well.
on some pieces, 29k HP, more than good enough. Kokomi should be able to tank it. Especially, like I said, you just need to practice. You need to know when to use the character's burst modes. The most important thing to take away is that it's not one or the other. You don't have to either go full damage, full EM, or no damage, full.
That's a very good point. Personally, I think healing bonus circlet is non-negotiable. I think if you don't run healing bonus circlet on Kokomi in this team, you're like you're a masochist. There's something deeply wrong with you. And then HP main stat, either Goblet or Sands will be more comfortable than EM, but you can probably get away without it.
Healing. You can mix and match, find the gray areas you want. Maybe you can change an EM piece here for a HP piece here. Get 4k more HP on Kokomi, a lot more healing as well. Slightly less damage, it's not the end of the world. And yeah, this is just a preview for Lauma, so we don't really know exactly how much she's increasing the damage by. I hope she increases the damage by a lot. But even if she's increasing the blooms we deal by like 50%, taking 50% more damage when you're only taking 5% of the damage is not that bad.
I mean, there are multiple times where he goes below 33% HP in this very showcase that he's using to support this argument. What is that noise? Fire alarm. I ordered a battery. It'll get here in like 20 minutes. GG. I Uber Eats the battery from Walmart. What was I saying? Yeah, there are multiple times where he gets like close to or below 33% HP. If he took 50% more bloom damage, he would have died.
So finally, my recommendations. I've made loads of these videos before, by the way. But my recommendations are probably don't do triple EM if you're new to the teams, or if you just want a comfortable experience. Start off with more healing, especially if you're not playing Kokomi. Maybe you're playing Barbara instead, who obviously isn't as good of a healer. Barbara is still a great option in these teams, by the way, but she doesn't heal as much as Kokomi.
And by the way, chat, the most important thing here isn't really any of that. It's the fact that Nahida over Baiju is like not an upgrade. At least definitely not a relevant one. And Baiju's a better healer than Kokomi for these teams. Because Nahida over Baiju in this team is sus because Kole's app just is not it. Right, the AoE is pretty small. It's not really consistent for the timing. So you kind of rely on Nahida to maintain consistent Dendro aura on enemies. But because Lauma's app works differently, with Lauma instead of Kole in this slot, Nahida's more consistent and stronger app is less important, so replacing her for something else isn't really relevant in terms of the amount of blooms you'll be able to trigger. So all you're losing out on is the EM buff, but Baiju provides a reaction buff that's similar to Nahida's EM buff. And he makes things so much more comfortable. Maybe we can make a video about this specifically. At least she's the second best option. I don't know about that. I'm not convinced that Nahida Kokomi is better than Kave Singto, honestly. But, I mean, in AoE it probably is. But I don't know about single target. And honestly, it doesn't look like they're trying to make AoE a thing. They just omega fucking roided out Lauma for Nilou teams so that it's actually good enough to be usable in single target instead of actually giving us AoE content. They're giving us single target content that wants you to use Bloom in the next Sigin Onslaught.
So figure out who you're playing, do some trial and testing.
Does Kave want to use the event Claymore? Yeah, probably. It's either that or Fab. The main thing is, I don't know. I haven't looked too much into ER requirements. So I'm not 100% certain if the event weapon is better than Fab. Because the event weapon gives Kave more energy, but it doesn't give energy to the rest of the team. And he doesn't really have any Bloom ownership. Well, I guess with Singto he does, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Is Kave Bloom viable without Nilou? Unironically, yeah. With Lauma, it will be. It won't be good, right? Don't get me wrong, but it will be, yeah. Like, Kave, Lauma, Singto, Seat Lolly. Bro, what? Shit, they don't have the batteries! No! Okay, wait. Never mind. They have a pack of 2 batteries. They just don't have the individual one. It's the same thing, yeah. Okay, bet.
But just know, if you really want to sweat, it should be very possible to go full damage mode.
Yeah, like, it'll be possible. Kind of like the same way that in Spiral Abyss, it's technically possible to play a Nilou team without a healer at all. Especially for speedrunning stuff. You can play a Nilou team without a healer at all because you can kill the enemies before you run out of HP. If you treat HP as a limited resource, it's actually possible to get through without a healer. As long as you deal enough damage. It's kind of a similar thing building Kokomi full EM, because like over an extended unlimited fight, you will die. Unless you adjust your rotation to like heal up at some point. And if you do that, then it does less damage than an unadjusted rotation with healing bonus Kokomi. So it's not worth doing. For speedrunning stuff, it's doable, yeah. For people with cons, will we get away with triple EM on Kokomi? Cons on whom? On Kokomi? Alright, Eeks alt account. I see you. I mean, C1 doesn't change much. If anything, C1 increases your app a little bit, maybe potentially sometimes. It kind of doesn't, but it kind of does also. So it actually increases your healing requirements if you make use of it. Okay, unironically, chat. There's a problem with the trigger condition here, which is this only applies when you're already below 50% HP. But when you're below 50% HP on a character that doesn't build HP, that's like 10k. That's like... It is very possible for you to do 10k Bloom self-damage in between 2 healing ticks on Kokomi. So finding yourself below 50% HP is risky to begin with. Ideally, you'd want to keep yourself over 60-70%. This will help you a little bit to heal back up after you got hit, if you got hit at full HP. But it won't help you that much There are some moments where it won't help you that much. Personally, I'd still run healing bonus no matter what. In the meme Lauma Kave team, does Kave need to be C6? No, it doesn't change anything. Kave's cons past C1 don't really do much. The C1 is a massive deal, but the cons after that don't really change shit. Right? Dendro course created from Bloom reactions Kave triggers, that barely happens, and 60 more damage is not multiplicative, it's additive to something that's already over 1000%, so it's fucking nothing. Attack speed, who the fuck cares? Skill and burst levels, who the fuck cares? A little bit more Dendro app is kind of nice, I guess, but it's not that big of a deal. But 50% Dendro res and 25 healing bonus is insane, right? Because it, by default, your characters have 10% res. This brings you to 60%, right? So your res multiplier is from 0.9 to 0.4. In other words, you take 2.25 times less bloom damage, and also your healing is increased by 25%. So it's basically 3 times harder to kill yourself with bloom when you have Kave C1 than when you don't. Right, when you trigger EM, Nilou HP, any other additive sources of bloom damage that applies to the self damage? Not really. Yeah, multiplier. Kave EM healing difference per bloom. Right. So trigger EM. Let's say you're doing full EM Singto, right? 187 times 3, 165 from weapon, 100 from Nilou, 80 from Dendro Resonance, 140 from substats, flop, let's keep it there for now. Nilou HP is gonna be 185 times 1 plus 46.6 times 3, 2 P's times 2, new ER and HP sword, Hydro Resonance, 30% HP from subs, 140 from substats. Yeah, 140 from substats is Flower and Feather giving you an average of 70 each, so 180, 160. Which is pretty easy to achieve. Because if you actually play Nilou teams a lot, you should farm flop until you have EM main stats on everything. And then that means you can go off piece on one of your pieces. Most people have an 80 or 100 EM off piece. And then they just need a 40 or 60 EM on piece. Anyways, is that it for HP percent? No, there's HP Ascension. plus 1, yeah. And then plus, let's say, 8k, about 3k flat HP from subs. Seems reasonable. So, EM multiplier is 16. Self. EM multiplier is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus 80% plus Nilou HP minus 30k divided by 1000 times 9%. Bloom damage is, what was it, 4341 times 2/3, 2894, yeah. 2894 divided by 20 times EM multiplier times 0.9. Kave EM. So, triple EM main stat, 285 from the new weapon, Nilou, resonance, substats, set bonus. What set bonus do we give him? Probably just deep wood, so we don't have that. Kave has EM ascension. It gets 100 EM from his effects. And damage dealt by Dendro Core heals Kave for 300% of his EM. He doesn't have any healing bonus baseline, so 300% of EM. Difference per bloom. Minimum. Difference per bloom. Maximum. Bloom damage has a 0.5 second cooldown, but that is not shared between different characters. I guess, we'll call it best case, worst case, cask. In the best case, you get 1 instance of healing per self-bloom damage, and it's just healing minus self-bloom damage, so you're fine even at C0. But in the worst case, you can get up to 3 self-bloom damage. Oops. And you'll actually lose HP on Kave, because he doesn't heal on every self-bloom damage. He only hits on bloom damage up to once every 0.5 seconds. Bro, what's going on here? This is C0. Let's take a look at C1, right? At C1, all that changes is the self-damage times 0.4 and the healing times 1.25. The worst case at C1 is better than the best case at C0 for your Kave healing. How level does Kave need to be for that team? You should get him to 90. Because generally when you're using Kave, the last slot will be Singto. And if your last slot is Singto, Kave is going to have some ownership. And if he has ownership, he should be 90.
It just takes.
Discover the trigger? Kind of. Sometimes. Right, like, I mean, I can show you guys, right? I don't have Nilou, but that's fine. We don't need Nilou to show this. Kave. Singto. Is there a Dendro character that has app that's not too different from... Yeah, I guess we can use Baiju instead of Lauma. And then Barbara instead of Nilou should be a somewhat similar application rate. And we can go take a look at what the aura looks like with this. I don't care. Just give me enough EM that I don't die. Give me enough aura that I can burst. Sure, whatever. Do I still have my waypoint? Yeah. So I want you to pay attention to what the aura is on the enemy. Right? It's gonna alternate between Hydro and Dendro. What's my longest? Probably Singto, Baiju, Barbara, right?
Rain outlines it. Know my soul.
Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
I'll protect that.
Sight clear. Breaking new ground. Ha. Tuh. Yeah. Ha.
Alright, as you can see, it's alternating between the two auras.
Tuh. Scanning.
Anyways. I feel like my... Oh, is it because I procced it before I used the energy? I see. Why not remove the battery? I did. But there's a backup battery to warn you that the battery's dead. And I don't know how to remove that one. Okay, battery's almost here. 1 minute away. So everyone is a trigger on this team? Yeah, pretty much.
A bit of practice. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this first video. I'm really excited that we're finally getting more Nilou content. We haven't had much Nilou content in ages. Let me know what questions you have, and yeah, thanks for watching. We should have much more Nilou videos coming soon.
Cool. Maybe we'll watch this. Oh, yeah, we'll also watch this because we're gonna get rage baited,
Guys.
but I think my battery's like here basically. So I will be right back. Alright, chat, no more beeping. Hopefully.
Guys,
Guys.
Flins is one of the new characters that were announced in the latest livestream, and as the first 5-star male character we're getting since Skin Age, people, me included, have really high expectations for him. In this video we'll tell you everything you need to know about his kit, about what to prioritize when leveling him up, about his best builds, his best teams, and his constellations, so you can prepare for leveling him up, about his best builds, his best teams, and his constellations, so you can prepare for everything before he comes out. So, Flins is one of the first characters of the Not Cry era, and as such, one could expect him to bring a lot of innovations in terms of gameplay. However, the more I looked at him during beta, the more it seemed to me that this character doesn't really bring much of anything new to the table, and rather, it takes a lot of elements from electro carries of the past. His effectiveness entirely relies on a special stance he can activate through his Elemental skill, which has a duration of 10 seconds and a cooldown of 16 seconds. This window kind of reminds me of Clorend, who has a shorter uptime duration of 7 seconds, but the same cooldown of 16 seconds. While this special stance is active, all of his auto attacks will deal electro damage with multipliers that are all in the
Chat, I
Elemental
like the shade of his lightning. Like, it's a nice color.
skill, so you'll have to level up the skill and not the auto attack talent to increase their damage. Either way, during this special stance, he gets access to another special skill that he can use with a cooldown of 6
Can we just skip
seconds.
the
Upon
basic
using
kit
it,
explanation?
he'll modify the functioning of his element is not that strong. The good news is that there is still a way to integrate it into Flint's rotations, but I'll talk about this later. Overall, Flint has a wide variety of attacks, which is nice, but in reality his damage distribution is highly skewed towards a specific attack of his, which is the burst. While it's still important for him to use all the attacks he can between the skill and burst usages, what really matters is that he can capitalize on the elemental bursts. This is partially due to the fact that pretty much all of his passives will only increase his reaction damage, so the burst damage and the normal lunar charge triggers. For this reason, in my opinion, Flins will play in a similar way to Navia, as in for Flins his bursts are basically what the elemental skills are for Navia. While Navia's normal attacks and burst damage is pretty important, what really matters the most for her is to use the skills right, and the same will go for Flins and his bursts. This is nice, because apparently Flins doesn't have high interruption resistance values, similar to Sino as of right now, and so his combos can get interrupted a lot. Even if that happens, he won't lose a lot of rotation damage. However, his normal attacks are still important, because that's how he generates particles. Basically, through his normals, he can generate a particle every 2 seconds, and so you want to make sure that you can at least maximize that. Based on all of the information I just explained, this is my priority list when it comes to upgrading your Flames. First should come unlocking all of his Ascension levels and increasing the talent level of his burst, so his main damage ability. Increasing his level as much as possible also helps, because the normal lunar charge reaction damage will be bigger the higher the level of your character. Then you should increase his skill talent a little bit, since the attacks that come with it will still deal a noticeable amount of damage, and that's all you really need to worry about. Now let's take a look at what his best teams are, but first let me remind you that if you enjoy my content but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so, because it really makes me notice your support. So, when it comes to Flames, there is only really one specific teammate that could be considered a staple, and that's obviously Inefa. The main reason is simple: there is no sub DPS for electrocharge teams that deals even half the damage Inefa deals. Honestly, while Flint's DPS is absolutely considerable, Inefa's damage output on his teams is big enough that one could argue Flint is not a hyper carry in those cases, but just a carry. Secondarily, Inefa is the only support in the game that can provide base damage boost for the lunar charge reaction for the whole team, which means she increases Flint's damage considerably. Note that Flint also has the same passive, and so that means that the two of them will be helping each other. Last but not least, she provides a shield, the perfect type of sustain for Flint because his interruption resistance is not great. While this is not quite a Escoffier's Kirk situation, it's not that far off, and it's bad enough that you'll have to think twice on pulling Flames if you don't also have Inefa. Luckily, on the remaining slots of the team, Flins is not nearly as restrictive. For the Hydro slot, this is more because there is no real great option here. In fact, while your first thought might be that Furina or Yelan fit exceptionally well here, they actually don't. Because damage bonus support doesn't increase lunar charge damage because it's a transformative reaction, and so their elemental bursts are useless enough in that sense that, in Furina's case, it's not even worth using it on Flint's teams. I know it's pretty competitive in the slot as well, but at Constellation 0 she doesn't really provide much. Her value is increased by her constellation.
This is like PR wording, by the way. Doesn't really provide much. More like doesn't provide literally anything. Like actually, what does Ino do at C0? EM buff? No, that's C1. Reaction damage buff? No, that's C6. Null Cry Resonance? No, you get it from Inefa. And on top of that, her being on the team means that your lunar charge bonus from the resonance will be lower. Hydro app? I mean, Hydro Salvatore would do the same. Like I did some calcs a while ago with Hydro Salvatore. And it was assuming that Hydro Salvatore just applied Hydro and that was it. Didn't do any damage. And it was better than I know. Because Hydro Salvatore is not from Nodcry.
Which can make her increase reaction damage for the team. Still, she's an important character for Flins regardless, because she's from Nodcry, and as you might know, having two Nodcry characters in the teams
The only purpose of Ino is for people who didn't get Inefa for Flins. Other than that, she's like
comes with a set of benefits. Primarily, it activates an elemental resonance that increases lunar reaction damage for the whole team. Note that while you need two Nodcry characters to enable this, the buff will be dependent on characters on the team that are not from Nodcry, and so for its purpose, what's optimal is to have just two Nodcry characters on the team and no more. Secondarily, having two enables some characters' abilities. In Flint's case, the one that increases his own lunar reaction damage. Last but not least, it maximizes the effects of Nodcry sets, almost doubling their performance. Basically, if you don't have Inefa, Ino will be a crucial partner for Flint. For the main support slot in traditional teams, since Flint doesn't like damage bonus, a character like Kazuha is not optimal. Somebody like Shidonen can work, but she'll function better with Instructor set, which gives Elemental Mastery.
That's not true. %100% uptimes Instructor would be slightly better than Scroll. But Instructor is not 100% uptime. Also, that's not even true because Instructor doesn't allow you to build as much defense, which means that the lunar charge damage you get from the Ascendant Gleam effect is lower. Instructor is worse than Scrolls. This is not true. Maj.
Mastery as opposed to Cinder City, which gives damage bonus. The perfect choice here is Sucrose, with a Kazuha counterpart that gives elemental mastery support instead of damage bonus, and on top of that can supply the team with attack support through weapons like Thrilling Tales and Event Star. Among his best themes, what performs the best are the compositions with either Ino or Furina. That's because Flames can run on pretty best are
I have it at 109k for C6 Ino. I think. Yeah. And I have Farina, 108k. It's slight differences in assumptions for the weapons, but
the compositions with either Aino or Furina. That's because Flins can run on pretty short 16 seconds long rotations, since that's the cooldown of his Elemental skill, and both Aino and Furina can fit well in those time constraints. Specifically, since Furina's Elemental skill has a 30 seconds duration, you only need to use it once every 2 rotations. Aino can compete with her if she's at Constellation 6, otherwise she's a bit worse. Beyond that, anything goes.
Okay. Something seems wrong here. Candace should not be lower than Aino C2. Maybe this is C0 Candace? Kokomi E. I don't think that's how that works. No, because this is 8 lunar charge trigger, so it can't be C0 Candace. I have all of these, like, a decent amount higher. I'm not sure what happened here. So here, Flynn's personal DPS with Candace is 61% of 100.8k, right? Let's bring this back to 61% of 100.8k. So it's at about 61.5k, 62k. With Farina, 56% of 106.5. You're getting 2k DPS from the damage percent. Candace C6. That makes sense. Candace personal DPS, I have higher. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like something's wrong.
Yelan, Candace, Kokomi with sacrificial fragments, literally anything goes because nothing is that.
Is it too little or too much? All 3 of these are like 5k DPS lower than what I got when I calc them.
Great. Note that the longer a supportive character stretches a rotation, the lower the DPS becomes compared to the best options, because typically these characters can contribute highly enough to make up for that deficiency. Lastly, a character like Lauma replacing a character like Sucrose works pretty well. While the Electro characters lose something in terms of raw damage, they make a lot of it back in Hyper Bloom damage.
Yeah. I think TGS made the same mistake I did for this one. I'm gonna send him a DM. Yeah. GG.
Because typically this
Was the mistake assuming that the lunar turd reaction actually triggers, but apparently he didn't assume that, so I'm just a bit confused now.
Lauma replacing a character like Sucrose works pretty well. While the Electro characters lose something in terms of raw damage, they make a lot of it back in Hyper Bloom damage, and Lauma herself is a much better damage dealer than Sucrose. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, if you don't have Inefa, the damage drop-off is considerable. Anyway, back in Hyper Bloom damage, and Lauma, if you don't have Inefa, the damage drop-off is considerable. Not even for Flint's damage itself, because while Inefa supports him, it's not that much.
Yeah, so this is from not having Inefa, and it's like 30k lower, GG. It's not 30k lower, it's like 25k lower.
But it's just about losing such a valuable sub DPS that can also provide a shield. Options like Ororon, Fischl are all pretty good.
Sorry, that's funny. That's very funny.
Good in a vacuum, but they simply cannot replicate the impact Inefa has on the team. Basically, if you don't have Inefa, Aino will be a crucial partner for Flames. Without Inefa, a Constellation Zero without a 5-star weapon is probably below any DPS from Natlan. Builds-wise, I've already gone in depth on how you should build up your Flames in a dedicated video, and little has changed since then, so here is just a summary. In terms of artifact stats, offensively Flames only cares about attack, elemental mastery, and crit. Excluding crit, attack is typically always the most important stat by a significant margin, excluding when you're running him with Lauma Hyper Bloom, in which case elemental mastery is about the same value. Of course, damage bonus goblet is a no for him. Energy wise, in most cases he'll use just 60 energy a rotation, which is not a lot, so his requirements are pretty low. 130 will be a good range regardless of the team, but it's very possible he'll be able to do well with even less. Artifacts wise, his signature set is the new non-cry artifact, which gives crit rate, lunar damage bonus, and elemental mastery, but it's only really good if you have two non-cry
Okay, we need to propagate TF.
characters on the team. The only real alternative, however, is
TGS.
to say if you have
Can I bribe you to shill TF on Flins?
on the
Let's hope he says
composition. Gilded Dreams is worse than the set even if you don't fulfill the non-cry requirement, and naturally mixes of 2-piece options are just worse. Weapons wise, his signature is really good, because it gives him pretty much all the stats that he needs, and that's why cry requirement signature is really good, because it gives him pretty much all the stats that he needs and an energy refund to make him extra comfy to play. It's much better than
Chilling glorified 2-piece 2-piece? It's not glorified 2-piece 2-piece though. It's his second best set, because you're not enabling Maréchal Say. The only way to enable Maréchal Say is to use Farina plus a healer, and the damage you lose from that is more than the damage you lose from going TF. So TF is his second best set.
Other option, with the closest one being Scarlet Sands, which is a huge attack and crit stat stick. Other 5-star options like Homa, Primordial Jade Wing Spear are also pretty good. Among
I have Jade Wing Spear a bit higher. I assume he's assuming a relatively low amount of stacks on Jade Wing Spear, but you can kind of force multiple stacks. Because you can just delay your mini burst. Did he miscalc Salva Scarlet Sands? No. I don't think so. That's around where I have it too. I think I have it a bit higher. Tiny bit. But I have all of the weapons a bit higher, honestly. I think he's overvaluing the energy from Sig a little bit.
4-star options, Deathmatch, Fjords, and a new free-to-play craftable have similar value. I want to mention that there is a combo for Flins that will make him spend more energy than normal, specifically one where he adds his normal burst at a
Isn't Homa like way better than Salva Scarlet Sands? It's not. Homa's only better if you can stay below 50% HP, so if you're using Farina. But honestly, you don't want to use Farina in your Flint's team, because then you can't use her in Skirk. And it's not even that much better than Salva Scarlet Sands. It's like 3% higher.
start of the combo after he uses his Elemental skill. This cumulates to 140 energy spent in a single rotation. All credits to Zajef for this, because he came up with the idea. Without going too in detail on specifics, of course this is not something you can expect to do every rotation, because 140 energy is a lot, but with the right weapon you might be able to do it every 2 or 3 rotations without investing too much into energy stats for artifacts. Specifically, weapons that have energy related effects like Engulfing Lightning and Favonius benefit massively from this type of combo and become quite competitive. Meanwhile, for a weapon like his signature that has energy related effects but not to the same degree, this combo shouldn't be an advantage over normal combos in a traditional sense, considering that to make it work you'd have to run an energy recharge stance on Flames. Basically, in my opinion, this combo is good if you want to make energy recharge options more valuable on him. As for his constellations, his early you want to make
the main upside of this combo is that it gives you more build flexibility. Right? Like, you look at an artifact like... I don't know, man. Do I have any really good ER sands? Probably, right? Let's find a really good ER sands. I guess I don't have any, like, insane ER sands, but I have some pretty good ones, like this. Actually, this is probably a really good example. Let me boot up. Let me look at Fischl. I guess my sands is not bad for this, though. Actually, this is a great example. Imagine a piece like this, right? A piece like this, when you don't look at the energy, right? It's only 5 useful rolls. But when you do look at the energy, it's 8. If you already have your ER requirements without your flower, then this is only giving you 5 useful rolls. And at that point, well, you'd rather use this that gives you 6. But if you have a way to capitalize on bonus energy recharge, this is an 8 roller, not a 5 roller. So it's way better than this one. Flynn's having 2 options for energy usage gives him a more dynamic approach to ER requirements that allows the overall average build quality to be slightly higher. Guys is not subbed. Time for
Okay.
war. Oh my god, you're right. Not subbed. Maj! How dare he?
Charge options more valuable on him. As for his constellations, his early ones are really good. The Constellation 1 decreases his special skill cooldown by 2 seconds, meaning he can use it 3 times a rotation, which means he can also use 3 mini bursts for 90 energy spent a rotation. To counterbalance the additional energy he has to spend, he gets a significant energy refund from this constellation as well, which pretty much makes up for the extra expense. His Constellation 2 and 3 are also pretty good, although they're more simple damage increases. The Constellation 2 is even a good team damage increase because part of it reduces electro resistance on opponents, which means it will also impact potent electro sub DPS like in EFA. Overall, Flins is a pretty strong character and he has excellent early investment upside. In general, if you list him in EFA, you'll be able to get very good results from him in any mode, and if you plan to get his signature constellations, then it will probably be insane for at least a year. Meanwhile, if you don't have in EFA and you don't plan to invest too much on him, then he's definitely a character you can skip unless you really like him. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe and go check the 6.0 poll guide I made yesterday. Bye bye.
So, should we watch the 6.0 poll guide that he made yesterday as well?
Sure to subscribe and guys, today I have a video about the 6.0 banners, where I'll tell you which character is best to poll for your
Bear back, chat. I'm back.
specific account. This patch, at least in theory, is pretty packed because we have 2 new 5 stars, an Archon, and one of the best sub DPS in the game, so a lot to talk about. Let's get right into it. Starting from Flins, I want to preface that since both Lauma and Flins full guides are coming very soon on the channel, in this video I won't be showcasing every calc I made on them, but rather just focus on their pull value. Flins, in my opinion, is a very peculiar release because it's an Electro main DPS that is coming out just a few months after Varesa, another Electro main DPS that is very good in her niche. Unlike Varesa, he specifically focuses on a single team archetype to be strong, and that is Electro Charge, or by Nodcry standards, Lunar Charge. So one would think that since Flins is less flexible than Varesa, at least when he is on his best team, he is considerably stronger, but unfortunately, reality is not quite like that. In fact, even if Yabinefa, with pretty much all there is to it when it comes to his best teams, Flins is just in range of what Varesa can do and doesn't really exceed expectations. The only context where Flins comparatively excels at this point is at Constellation 1 level, because his
7 lunar charges? Oh.
Constellation 1 is much better than Varesa's. And so if you
Oh. Wait, I'm confused. What? What's going on here? These are the same assumptions, the same rotations. The only change is this is 7, this is 8, and the 7 one has higher DPS. I'm confused. I think something went wrong with the graph here.
plan to invest on constellations
Check comments. There's no pinned comments.
then the gap definitely becomes more noticeable, but otherwise it's probably not the upgrade you would expect from a more team-specific carry like Flins. And the problem is not even that it needs Electrocharge to be good, it's more that it needs Ineffa to be good, because only with Ineffa these Electrocharge teams become impressive. It's kinda like the problem Skirk had with Escoffier, because Skirk needs Freeze teams as a baseline, but the only way to make those teams top tier, so the Freeze archetype, is having Escoffier. As a reminder, Ineffa is also a shielder, so a sustain character, and if you want to replace that aspect of hers, you'll have to replace another offensive character in the team like Sucrose for a more defensive one like Shilonen. And so the only real staple for Flins teams is Ineffa. When it comes to other options on the team like the Hydro slot for the Electrocharge reaction, there is no real excellent choice, because you have characters like Furina and Yelan that provide damage bonus that does pretty much nothing for Flins. Aino, who is really mediocre kit-wise, Candace, who is not really that great, and so you can alternate between them with no particular damage.
I think Sucrose is on a different tier. I mean, I did that on the when I like gave them a letter grade, right? For Ineffa's the only SS character. Sucrose is the only S character. I think Sucrose is much more important than any given Hydro slot. Although maybe for this, if I really want to like, I think I should knock every battery slot down one more for this, I think. Because like Ace is still good, and this is not good. Oh, I'm on the wrong Google account. GG. B C B C C C. Sure. We keep these there. Okay. Because, like, the DPS loss from using these over Shilonen is like 20%. And, like, that's the same as what Lauma gets, and Lauma's at B, so... yeah, okay.
Loss. For the flex slot, the best choice for pure damage is Sucrose, because she provides elemental mastery and attack bonuses through weapons like Thrilling Tales and Even Star, and those are excellent for Flins. Otherwise, somebody like Lauma that can make the team a hybrid between Lunar Charge and Bloom. Next, Nahida. In my opinion, one of the characters that fell off the most in the history of Genshin. The reason is pretty simple. Nahida's base kit, besides application, doesn't really do much, because her damage, while nice, is not really that great by today's standards. Her buffing is only elemental mastery for the active character, so it's nice, but it's not really that.
Do you guys know why Nahida is not that good nowadays? I mean, he touched on it, but I wanna expand on that idea, right? What makes Nahida good? What made Nahida good on release, right? Is she applies more Dendro than anyone else. And the application of that Dendro is also really good. The problem is, with one Hydro, applying this much Dendro is good, but the one Hydro teams are generally worse than the 2 Hydro teams. And with 2 Hydro, the upside of her application being 1.5U instead of 1U stops mattering because it's the trigger instead of the aura, and when it's the trigger, it's a little sus. So you just end up without the ability to properly capitalize on her stronger application. This is something that could change in the future. Nahida's not a character that's doomed, right? Her application is still the best, and it's still by a decent margin. It's just that the surrounding units that we have in Dendro teams right now don't really have the best ways of capitalizing on that application. So Nahida is not a unit that is completely doomed for the future. But right now, yeah, she's not that good. I actually think 8 out of 10 high invest is cope as fuck. Right? He had... We're at 310. He had Flins. 9 out of 10 high invest.
Compared to what somebody like Furina can do for her teams.
I think poll value 6 out of 10 free play right now is cope. I think it's like 2. Dolphin is like 1 because her sig is complete dog shit. And high invest is like maybe 3 because it's not completely worthless. But like, ugh.
And in my opinion, Lauma's release, which I'll talk about later, really shows how much Nahida held the Dendro element back instead of carrying it. And even the application, honestly, has some glaring issues, because while it has good values, it performs poorly in multi-wave scenarios, because it's not like a skill that follows your active character and attacks the enemies in range. It's an ability that marks the opponents and attacks them over time, but when those opponents die, if Nahida doesn't switch back to the field to reapply the mark on the new opponents, it will pretty much stop functioning for the rest of the rotation. And also, since it requires elemental reactions to be triggered, on setups like Burning, which is a reaction that specifically requires Dendro up to be triggered, unless you have a second Dendro applier or access to a second reaction for the team, Nahida's skill won't function very well. And so, other than on quick swap teams that really need their application, like Nilou teams, Nahida's value is really only in her Constellation 2 today, because that really adds a lot to her supportive kit. Even then, these teams will have to include Lauma, because Lauma is really the new Dendro savior. And it's pretty sad, because there are a lot of carries we thought Nahida was meant for, like Sino, Hightam, Tignary, and now Lauma just power crept her. And while in a way this is normal, because Nahida is pretty old at this point, if her base kit was stronger, even at Constellation 0, she could still fit on these compositions alongside Lauma, in my opinion.
Nahida's a victim of Dendro balance, honestly, right? Because Dendro was balanced for the Hyperbloom floor to be competitive with meta teams in 3.0. But Nahida herself didn't do anything for Hyperbloom. She was just the best way to get to that floor. But as they keep power creeping the game, because Nahida doesn't do anything for the team other than being able to reach the floor, new units, like new Dendro units, if you want them to be used in Hyperbloom, you can't just make them not do anything like Nahida. You have to give them something, right? You think it would have made a difference if she wasn't a Catalyst user? Yeah, things would have been very different. I think, though, the biggest thing is, like, if they wanted Nahida to stay relevant longer, they should have made Hyperbloom weaker, but given Nahida a direct buff to Dendro reactions, right? Like, make it so that the EM buff is team-wide instead of just to the active character, or make the buff bigger, or so like something like that, and then make the base reactions themselves a bit weaker. But the thing is, they gave way too much power to the reactions themselves and not that much power to Nahida. Right? Like, they made just being Dendro too powerful, and that created a situation where if they also made Nahida really, really strong, she would have completely dominated the meta, been way better than everything else by far. So they had to make her fairly weak. But she was still strong overall because Dendro was such a powerful element.
Next up, we have Yelan, and Yelan is another interesting case in my opinion.
I also pretty heavily disagree with this. I don't think Yelan is a character that has all that high pull value for any of these. I also think high invest Yelan is lower pull value than free to play Yelan. I think this is Omega Cope. High invest Yelan doesn't actually do anything nowadays. High invest Yelan was good back in the day because, well, Yelan's numbers are fairly high, and when you compare it to carries that were released when Yelan came out, Yelan was actually powerful enough to be competitive in the carry slot. And that makes high invest have more value. But in 2025, she ain't shit in the carry slot. And the cons and Sig don't do that much unless you actually focus on her damage. I think high invest Yelan is lower value than free to play Yelan. Right? Like, yeah, obviously high invest Yelan is stronger than free to play Yelan. But like, the idea of spending one pull for C0 Yelan versus, or like spending one 5-star pull for C0 Yelan versus spending 4 5-star pulls for C2R1 Yelan, well, the latter is honestly dog shit compared to other ways of spending 4 5-star pulls. Right? Like, to me, when you compare high invest stuff, you can't compare it to free to play stuff. You have to compare it to other high invest stuff. And compared to other high invest stuff, it's dog shit. Like, it's a 2.
Because she's still a pretty good character, but I would argue that she's not that great of a pull anymore. And that's because while she still does a lot of things pretty well, because she's Hydro, so plus, application is good, damage is good, the support is pretty good, so there are a lot of things she does well, but she's not really best in slot for anybody at this point. And so right now, when you just need one Hydro support for the team, she's more times than not a weaker version of Furina, but still her main value is how flexible.
Versus a good example as well, though, where high invest has less value than free to play. Yeah, like, with these things, I'd say that Verissa pull value overall would probably be like 8 for free to play, 9 for Dolphin, and like 4 for high invest.
Is more times than not a weaker version of Furina, but still her main value is how flexible she is, because she fits on a lot of teams, the double Hydro, triple Hydro.
Her C2 is okay, but her C1 is yeah. Isn't Verissa's C2 good? Her C2's alright, but her C1's not that good. And when you compare it to other ways to spend 4 5-star pulls, or to spend 2 additional 5-star pulls, it's not even close to the best thing you can do.
Teams with Furina.
But it's not a 1 or a 2. Maybe 4 is a bit low. Like, it could be a 5, because it's not bad. But, yeah.
Ayato, Kokomi, Sincho. The Fritz teams with Escoffier. In those teams, she's actually a pretty good DPS. Fritz teams with Brizzly, Vape teams or over Vape teams with Hutao and Arlecchino, Hype Bloom with Alhaitham Sino, Fritz.
But yeah, like, Yelan is actually getting replaced in so many of her teams now, right? Like, what teams did Yelan have left? Skirk, but she's just one of many options. Arlecchino, but she's getting fucked by... She's getting fucking power crept by Aino in the Arlecchino teams. Hyper Bloom. That's kind of it. Like, at this point, it's pretty much just Hyper Bloom. Hu Tao's not a team in 2025.
with Skirk, Electrocharge with Flins now, so there
Is Shotska the highest increase from free-to-play to high-invest? I don't think so. I think Milani's higher. But she's one of the highest.
are really a lot of teams where Yelan can do well, because her element is very versatile, and so is her kit. In terms of versatility though, she has a flaw, and that is that her burst requires the active character to use normal attacks in order to be triggered, and that makes her a more awkward fit with characters like Nouvellette, Ito, Xiao, Mavuika, and so it's not like she's the most versatile character ever. So if you don't have a lot of characters and you need a good generalist on your account, then she's a pretty good pull, but otherwise she's not really as...
I heavily disagree with this idea, honestly. I think if you don't have a lot of characters, you should not be going for generalists. If you're on a fairly new account that doesn't have that many characters, pick a team and stick to it.
ceiling raiser for many accounts, and so I can't really recommend it otherwise.
You kind of do need generalists for IT primos. No, because you can get the IT primos from fucking Barbara. Right? It's not a matter of which units you have, it's a matter of unit count. As long as you have enough units to enter, you'll be able to get it. It's easy, but it's not that easy. It is that easy. On my EU account, where pretty much my only built character was Maoika, I got all the primos I can get from IT. From the difficulties I'm allowed to enter. On a 1-month-old account. Like, it is fucking trivial. Two months? Well, it was less than a month old when I did IT. And like, whether you go for generalists or specialists, you are getting the same amount of units, and therefore you'll be able to enter IT and therefore clear IT after the same amount of pulls. For you, not casuals? Okay, sure, but if you're a casual, you're probably also gonna struggle to get your stuff with a generalist.
Before I move on, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so, because it really makes me notice your support. And finally, we have Lauma, in my opinion, without a doubt, the best 6.0 character.
Yeah. Okay, this is wrong. This is so wrong, TGS. What the fuck are you yapping about?
Lauma is pretty much Nahida if she came out in 6.0, because she's a sub-DPS with good Dendro application, but on top of that, a very good supportive kit. She reduces resistance to Dendro and Hydro on opponents very consistently, she increases the Bloom damage for the team, and by Bloom I mean Hyper Bloom and Burgeon also, and she also makes those attacks crit, which is something Nahida only does at Constellation 2, and so in a full display of Mockery, Lauma also does that at Constellation 0. And so she makes a lot of the old composition constellations good again, like Hyper Bloom, Bloom with Nilou, Burgeon, Quick Bloom, Wheelchair with Inefa, because that's also Hyper Bloom. So there are really a lot of teams she fit in, and not a specific composition that she needs to be strong, like it is for Flins. Now, she would probably release a best in slot partner in Nefer in 6.1. She's a Dendro character, and she will probably have a Lunar Bloom synergy, which will make
Is Lauma a meta-defining unit? Yeah, I'd say she is.
her very strong with Lauma, but even with that in mind, she's a strong character by herself. Her constellations are also pretty good,
No,
with the
they're
Constellation 1 in particular making her heal, and she doesn't heal
It's
a Constellation 0,
It
but
does
she does a
not matter.
Constellation 1. Like, I think that's a first. Pretty
It does
shameless
not
from
matter.
Genshin, to be honest. And teams-wise, I've been a bit...
It would matter if we had an actual good Dendro unit to replace Baiju with. But we don't. It would matter if there was a Hydro unit that was noticeably better than Kokomi in those teams. But there isn't. Like, maybe you could argue Singto, sure. Maybe it would matter if Kave didn't exist, or if Kave wasn't on her banner. But I feel like it just doesn't. The DPS loss from bringing a Dendro or a Hydro unit that can heal over bringing the best alternative that doesn't heal is so small that it just doesn't matter. Lauma's C1 is a quality of life comfort constellation that allows you to use the C2 Nahida you wailed on a long time ago. It's not actually good. I fully expect Nefer to actually rely on Singto, and therefore to end up in a situation where putting a healer on your team is actually a noticeable DPS loss. And then Lauma's C1 will matter. But for now, no shot.
Deductive for this list because I could have added more, but the gist of it
Yeah,
is
or maybe Columbina, right? Columbina's probably not going to be a healer, and she's probably going to be the best slot, so using her will force you to get healing from somewhere else. And then that makes Lauma's C1 better.
that if there is a character that previously fit very well on Dendro teams, there is a very good chance that Lauma is best in slot for them. And even for characters like Nubilette and Clorand wouldn't really rely on Dendro to begin with, Lauma is strong enough for them to be best in slot, arguably. So if I had to rank them, I would
I'd
place
say it's a
strongly
lot more relevant for Nevilette than it is for Clorand. Nevilette gets like a fucking 10% team DPS upgrade. At least. From Lauma. I don't think the best Clorand Lauma team is better than the best Clorand Mawika one. Oh wow, so another Nevilette buff, who would have thought? True!
enough for them to be best in slot, arguably. So if I had to rank them, I would put Lauma first in terms of pull value, then Flins if you have Inefa, otherwise Yelan probably, then Flins if you don't have Inefa, and then Nahida because her situation is just sad. And with this, I'm done.
Alright, you know what? Let's actually let's do what he did. Right? We're gonna fuck it, let's just make a new one. So we have Flins, Yelan, Lauma, Nahida. Let's rank out of 10 the pull value for C0R0, C0R1, and C2R1. And this isn't actually gonna be C0R1, it's just gonna be C0R1 slash C1R0. Right? Whichever one is the better one of the two. So, Flynn C0R0 I think is like a 7. C0R1 or C1R0 is like an 8. C2R1, like a 9. Rate him without the clanker. Sure. Flynn C0R0 without Inefa, 2. C1R0. C0R1, like 6. C2R1 without Inefa. Like 7. Yelan C0R0. This is probably the most difficult one. Because it's heavily dependent on Hyperbloom. Lauma bringing Hyperbloom back, and the best Hyperbloom team being double Hydro with Yelan, is the main thing that makes Yelan valuable here. But, like, it's good. It's a good team, honestly. I'd say she's probably a 7. Then Yelan +1. Probably a 3. Yelan C2R1 a 0. Maybe a 1. Wouldn't Yelan be the first person getting replaced in double Hydro Hyperloom if you have C16? So yeah, she would be, which is why I'm not too... Yeah. Whose C2R1 is 10? Maybe Molani. Maybe Mawika. But, like, I don't know about Mawika. Because with Mawika, like... It's not like you're comparing C2R1 Mawika to other C2R1 characters with the assumption that if you don't go for C2R1 Mawika, you don't get Mawika at all, right? It's more like... Assume that you're going into Decision Onslaught, you have 3 teams. C2R1 Mawika plus C0R0 on your other 2 teams versus C0R0 Mawika versus C2R1 on another character. Right? And I think Mawika is not a 10 because she's already so strong at C0R0, and she's one of the few characters that can actually reach a DPS requirement to clear bosses that aren't even necessarily tailored to her, just from Sig and Dire. Alright, like, Tulpa's not really tailored for Mawika. You can't even melt. Mawika's a fucking melt carry. Same for Skirk. I don't think Skirk reaches the DPS of brute force bosses that aren't good for her at the same level of investment. She did Turtle. Turtle is good for her, though. Right? Like, Dire Turtle is like... It's 13 mil HP. 2 mil less than the Overseer device. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, but there's also the fact that with Skirk, you also need more 5 stars on the team. But anyways, all this to say, I don't think I'd put Mawika at a 10 on C2R1. I think she'd be at 9.5. Anyways, Lauma, C0 or 0. Probably a 9.5. C0 or 1 or C1 or 0. 3. C2 or 1. 2. No, maybe not. It's just because both the C1 and the R1 suck. Like, the C2 is better, but with this, at least, you're only wasting 1 5-star pull. With this, you're forcing yourself to waste 2. If it was C2 or 0, it would be higher. But her sig is so bad, man. I don't know. We'll leave it at 3. It probably goes up with Llama, though. But, oh well. You say why she's not a 10? Because she's replaceable. When you look at optimal team distribution, right now, you have a Mawika team with Bennett, Chilonen / Yonson, Sitlali. You have a Skirk team with Skirk, Escoffier, Farina, and then Flex, Cryo, Hydro. And then you have a third team, right? And your third team, there isn't one option that's significantly better than the others, right? So I don't think there's a single character that doesn't make those first 2 teams that would also be a 10. Escoffier might be 10, 10, 10. The problem with Escoffier is that support constellations and weapons in general are just balanced to do less for your team than carry constellations. Escoffier has good cons, but if you're going to C2R1 someone in an Escoffier team, it shouldn't be Escoffier, it should be Skirk. Right? So I don't know if the C2R1 would be a 10. Who's a 10 at C0 or 0? Maoika? Probably Escoffier. You could make an argument for Skirk, you could make an argument for Farina, you could make an argument for Seatlali, but I think all three of them are 9.5. Bennett? I mean, Bennett would be an 11 if he was a 5-star. Can we go back to hating Farina again? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a real hater. Anyways, Nahida, C0 or 0 value. 1. C0 or 1 value. 1. C2 or 1 value. 3. Nevidet is 10. Nevidet's not 10 anymore. Siege and Onslaught release plus Skirk release made Nevidet much less valuable. You know what? We're giving it a 1. I don't give a shit. You shouldn't pull for Nahida in 2025. How is Yolana 7? Hyperbloom. Hard carried by Hyperbloom, but this is like... It's a very shaky 7. Very, very shaky 7. Do 6.5? No, because it's not that it's lower than 7. It's that it's a 7 until we get another Hydro character for Hyperbloom. And honestly, Columbina's probably going to beat Yelan in Hyperbloom. And when Columbina comes out, Yelan will go down. Or would you put Molani? Sure, we can try to think about some others. C0 or 0 Molani to me is like a 7, probably. C0 R1 is probably 8.5. C2 R1 is probably 10. No, this is probably 8, not 8.5. C1 or 0 has to be 9. I understand why you say that, but I think Molani just inherently kind of loses a whole point because of the quality of life at a baseline. Because of how awful the quality of life is. But at C2R1, you do so much damage that the quality of life doesn't matter anymore because the enemies are dead before you encounter a problem. So she stops losing at that point. Just in terms of power, it would probably be 8, 9, 10. But at the end of the day, you're not playing GC Sim, you're playing Genshin Impact. And when you play Genshin Impact, the quality of life problems with Malani do happen to rear their ugly heads. But they don't rear their ugly heads at C2R1 anymore. Mawika. C0R0, probably 10. C0R1. Probably 10. C2R1, probably 9.5. Verissa? Sure. Verissa, C0R0. Probably 8. C0R1. Probably 8.5. C2R1, 5. Nah, maybe it goes 9. Sure. It goes 9. Do Farina. Farina's an interesting one. I think Farina C0R0 right now is probably a 9. But it's a shaky 9, because it's 9 because of Skirk. And there is always going to be a possibility that she gets replaced in those teams. So, it's not as shaky as Yelan 7, but it is a bit shaky. C0R1 or C1R0 is probably like a 5. Her C1 is still decent. The problem with her C1 is that it's always like the fucking 7th best 5-star pull that you can do in a team. Unless the team has like no good cons. Maybe you can give it a 6. Pity 6. Just for you guys. Then C2R1. Yeah, maybe we can look at C3R0 instead here, because C2R1 is complete dog shit. I think it's probably a 6 also. Farina C2R1, but the R1 is key. True! Harlequino, sure. By the way, with level 100, the self-damage goes from 1.8 to 2.5 per seed. Yeah, cooked. I was talking about that yesterday a little bit, but yeah, if you level 100 Nilou, or level 100 Kokomi, you kind of have to you kind of can't go triple EM anymore. Like, it's doable, but really difficult at level 90. At 100, it won't be doable at all. Why? Because it significantly increases the self-damage. Anyways, Arlecchino... I think C0 or 0 Arlecchino is like a 6 nowadays. C1 or 0... probably a 7. C2R1, 7.5. I think. The biggest problem with Arlecchino is team overlap with other good carries. She has team options that don't have that overlap, but the team options that don't have that overlap pretty much completely neutralize Arlecchino's upside of flexible teams, because you'll only really have one option that doesn't have overlap. Arlecchino is what Nick thinks Kenichi is. True, actually. So true. Her signature is a bad signature, and her C2's new potential doesn't really matter in such an onslaught. I mean, I don't think either of those statements are true. Her signature is not bad, and sure, front-loading your damage doesn't matter as much in Siege and Onslaught, but dealing more damage does, and it's not like her C2 doesn't do any damage. You watch the first 10 minutes. Oh. Well, I don't know, maybe not. I'll check what this is. I mean, I don't really want to, because it seems like a long video. Maybe later. We can keep it open for later. Chaska. You know what? Sure. Let's do Chaska. Chaska C0 or 0 pull value 3. C1 or 0 or C0 or 1 4. C2 or 1 8. Actually, you know what? Part of me doesn't actually want this to be at 8. Part of me wants it to be lower. Because, like, yeah, C2R1 Chaska is good, but C2R1 Chaska's best teams have too much overlap with other good teams. Yeah. Put it 7. Navia. Oh boy. You want Navia? Sure. Navia. C0 or 0. 3. C0R1. 3. C2R1. -3. Me when I spend $400 to get a single-digit % DPS increase. Holy. Are her cons that bad? Yeah, they are. Raiden, probably. Or Verissa, I don't know. It depends on two things. Whether or not talents get upgraded, and if the transformative damage formula follows what's on the wiki. If talents don't get upgraded and the transformative damage formula follows what's on the wiki, it'll be Raiden. Otherwise, it might be Verissa. Can you explain how C2R1 Mawika is lower than Molani? The sort of people that will consider C2R1 Mawika are the sort of people that go for multiple pulls on characters. And I think that if you're someone who will be going for multiple 5-star characters and who will be considering vertical investment on multiple of them, and you have both Molani and Mawika at C0 to begin with, the order of upgrades does not go for Mawika first. Maybe you get Mawika's Sig, but then you get Molani C1, C2, and R1 before you go for C2 Mawika. Maybe you don't get the R1 if you're willing to do Witsith RNG reset, but it's a result of Mawika's C0 R0 being as strong as it is. Or Nevilat. We can do Nevilat. Now? I'd still have it at a 7, I think. C0R1, like 4. C2R1, like 2. His R1 is good. It's not. His C1 and his R1 are both getting worse and worse with time. Nevilet's kit design does not lend itself very well to a hyper carries playstyle despite his numbers being fairly high. Which means that in the long term, it's just so much more likely that we see Nevilet's teams branching out into teams that have a lot of damage coming from supports. And when that's the case, personal DPS upgrades on Nevilet just are dog shit. Right, Nevilet's new best team with Lauma's release is going to be Lauma Hyperbloom with Inefa. And in that team, he does 30% of the team DPS. Giving him R1 or C1 in that team does not do very much. So the pull value of his C1 or R1 are just not good. You can go for either, honestly. Depends on which one fills out your teams better. I think Loma's better overall, but we can't really predict how their values will change with future characters until we get leaks on the future characters. So, it's not set in stone at all. How good would Nevilet's Curve double carry be for the new Onslaught Drake enemy? It wouldn't be bad. The problem is that even in the rotations where you do Skirk, Skirk Burst with Nevilet, the crowd damage is a very large portion of your team DPS, right? And so you end up losing a lot of your damage when it has cryo resistance. When it has hydro resistance, you can just not swap the Nevilet and just on-field Skirk. And it's not that much worse to play a 3-unit Skirk team than it is to do your normal rotation. But when he does have his thing, like when he gets the cryo resistance, the quick swap Skirk damage is a noticeable portion of your team DPS. And so you get your damage gets nerfed a lot more, right? You'll lose like half your team DPS when it has cryo res, and you lose like 20% of your team DPS when it has hydro. So on average, you're losing like 35% of your team DPS. Actually a bit more than that because it's not timer based, it's HP breakpoint based, so you'll spend more time on the phase where it has the resistance that fucks you over. Although maybe not, right? Because he doesn't start with resistance. So as long as your Nevilet does a bit more damage than your Skirk, the first rotation you do 100% of your damage. The second rotation he has Hydro Res. Like the second phase between 75 and 50 has Hydro Res. So you just do Skirk, you lose 20%. Then between 50 and 25, you lose the 50%. But then between 25 and 0, it's back to Hydro Res, so you only lose 20. So it's like 0, 20, 50, 20. And so the average will be actually pretty close to 20. I guess it's not that bad then. Okay, yeah. The formula for level 100 base attack is more complicated than any damage formula. Is it? As far as I'm concerned, it's plus 50 to plus 80. Low base attack is plus 50, high base attack is plus 80. What characters are worth leveling for the new IT? Just all the characters. You need to be able to enter, but as long as you're able to enter, you'll be fine. I guess the real question isn't which characters are worth leveling, is assuming you have every character, which characters are the least valuable to be able to use, right? Like, that's probably the real question. We can go through that if you want. I'm down. Right? You need, how many do you need to enter? 28? Right? So... $32? No, it's 28 to be allowed to enter. I think what I want to talk about is the characters that would not make it into my top... Or maybe, okay. People will always level the 5-star characters they get, so we can kind of already eliminate every limited 5-star character. We can talk about, let's say, the worst, like, 4 or 5 characters of each element that are either standard or 4-star for IT. So for Cryo, Mika from an A are pretty ass for IT. They don't really give you anything. Chi-Chi's not as bad as you give her, as people give her credit for. IT often has like buffs that provide a lot when you trigger specific reactions, and just having off-field application that is not burst reliant can be nice, right? You give her a sack, it's permanent uptime. It's not too bad. Like, it's not as bad as people think. I think Chongyun's actually worse. Alright, so Fremine, Mika, Chongyun are probably the worst 3. Alloy, also pretty bad. I think the other ones are probably worth having at 70 at least. Animo. Honestly, none of the Animo characters are useless, but isn't Alloy better than Ella? Sure, but people who have Ella are people who pulled for her, and they will have leveled her. Like, yeah, she's fucking worthless, but it's not a question of how good they are, it's a question of should you spend the resources to level them up, and people that have her already have her leveled up. So it's not a question, right? But yeah, if you have her at level 1, you should keep her there. It's not worth leveling over other characters. But yeah, I think all the animal characters are worth leveling because the worst animal character is generally still better than the average throwaway character of another element. So when Animo's in there, you definitely just want to use all the animal characters you're allowed to. Like, literally just being allowed to hold VV makes them always somewhat viable. But also, the swirl buffs make it so that they'll sometimes be able to carry a team by themselves for one of the chambers, right? You don't need more than 5 animo for a run. I mean, you don't need more than 5 animo, but does that mean it's bad to have more than 5 animo? It doesn't. Sayu is the worst one? Probably. But she's still not that bad. Yeah, sure. I guess the worst one is probably Sayu. Then, like, Jean. Lynette, if she's not C6. The rest, I think, are all worth getting to 70. Electro. Yeah, so, like, this is what I mean, right? If you have Electro and Animal, you're not fucking picking Dory over Hazel. You know? You're just not. You're not picking Dory over Hazel. You're not picking Sethos over Hazel. You're not picking, Lisa over Hazel. You're not picking Razor over Hazel. Right? Anyway, so there's those four. Sarah, sometimes, right? Depends on whether you have, whether you have actual built Electro characters that are carries or not. She can be. In there, she could also not be. Beto, if she's C0, isn't that good either for IT stuff. But she's not bad. Relatively low on the list, but still not worthless. Hydro. Dahlia's pretty ass, but honestly, all the other ones are good. And yeah, I'm including Barbara and Candace in there. 100%. When Hydro is in IT, having some form of off-field Hydro is always useful. Because the Hydro-related blessings, like the fucking wave that gets thrown when you trigger Vape, are kind of just enough to carry the DPS checks by themselves. But also, when Hydro's in IT, very often it's accompanied with elements that get enabled by Hydro application. Right? Pyro with Vape, Dendro / Electro, Hyperbloom, stuff like that. It's just Cryo with Freeze. It's just worth having, pretty much always. Pyro, I'd say Yunfei, Amber. Amber's probably the worst one. Then Yunfei. Then Xinyan. Then... that's kind of it. The other ones are kind of just worth it. I didn't look at the standards very much. Wait, for Electro? Yeah, Kutzing is also dog shit. Kutzing is also low with the other shit ones. And for Hydro, Mona, you want to level, I think. Yeah, and then for Pyro, Dea's probably worth leveling to 70, yeah. Geo, Yunjin is dog shit. Goro is bad unless you also have Ito built. Goro can be fine with Noelle, but like, if you only have Noelle as a defense-focused carry, you're not too happy putting Goro because you need to get both at the same time, which means once you get Goro, you can't use him until you get Noelle, and once you get Noelle, you can't use her until you get Goro. And yeah, as a general rule, when you're Geo, you're better off focusing on the other elements. So Yunjin is pretty ass, Goro's pretty ass. Noelle is not that good either. Yeah. And then for Dendro, honestly, Tuhnari's not that good. Kave's not that good. And Kirara's not that good. The biggest problems with them is that they're too reliant on having another specific element right? Kirara is just not good outside of Quicken. She doesn't have enough app. Tilnari in general is not good, but also is even worse if you don't have Quicken. Kave does basically nothing unless you have Bloom, and even then he's not that good. Kinich without Pyro? Kinich without Pyro is still fine. But also people that pulled for Kinich will have him built, whether he's good in IT or not. Can you rate the MC elements? Sure. Where? Player. There we go. What is the best MC in 2025? Probably Pyro MC. Yeah, Pyro MC is the best MC in 2025. Then it gets difficult, because honestly, a character like Animo MC is never better than your alternatives, but putting him on a team can be significant over, like, not using anything. Because of VV. And you look at a character like Electro MC, right? That's sometimes just completely worthless. I don't know which one I'd rank higher between the two. And then there's Dendro MC, who's like ass, but hard carried by Dendro being Dendro. I think I have Animo second, honestly. Pyro first, Animo second, Dendro third, Electro fourth, Geo fifth. Geo fourth, Electro fifth, Hydro sixth. Hydro MC has to be better than Geo? In what way? Name me one thing Hydro MC does better than Geo. Hydro application. But, okay, sure. But is applying Hydro with Hydro MC better than having literally anyone else in the slot and doing normal attacks with Barbara? No, it's not. You're sleeping on a Hydro MC, not gonna lie. That's such rage bait. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever used Hydro MC. What do they even do? Hydro MC's hold skill is like a Neuvillette beam, but with the damage divided by 10. And also single target. And also with a, like, direct cooldown. So you can't, like, use your skill, do your setup, and then beam, and then skill again, and then beam again. You only have one. And Hydro MC's burst is like Ayaka's burst, but with half the damage, and it doesn't stop when it collides with enemies, so it just goes through the enemy after 3 hits. And stops hitting them. Is Hydro MC the worst character in the game? Yeah, I'd say he is. He is? They are? I don't know. Not even Alloy? Oh, Alloy's a lot better than Hydro MC. If MC could pick any burst and skill, what would be the best combo? I mean, it's hard to say, because, like, obviously the best combo would be VV. Sorry. Obviously the best combo would be one of the Animo abilities, so you can use VV without needing to be an Animo character, right? Yeah, like, imagine VV plus Cinder City or some shit. Like, that would obviously be great. So you'd have to convert it to one element. Is there any of the abilities that's good but held back by the element application not being that great? Not really, honestly. Electro, but the elemental application of Electro MC burst isn't that fast, and the burst duration is very short. I think Hydro element with Pyro MC's skill and Geo MC's burst would be the best combo. 15 crit rate, Cinder City, off-field app for Skirk, basically. That's Yelan? Yeah, that's Yelan. Pretty much. It would be better than Yelan, though. maybe you could make a version of MC that uses Electro MC's burst. That's good. But like, what? Maybe make them Hydro? Just take Electro MC's kit and make it Hydro for Flins? Wait, that would actually be good. What the fuck? Wait, that would actually be really good, huh? Yeah, that would actually be really good. Like, unironic, it would be significantly better than Ino C6. Because, like, Electro MC is good for Flins. The problem is, Inefa is too good, so Electro MC doesn't compete. But if you didn't have to sacrifice Inefa to use Electro MC, it would be worth using. Wouldn't Hydro MC kit be, as Electro, be good for aggravate? A lot of Electro hits? No, because the application, like, the ICD's dog shit. It wouldn't be good. Who's another, like, fairly burst-reliant carry that does normal attacks and charge attacks? That uses energy? I mean, none of the new ones do, so it's just old stuff, right? Navia's too bad for it to matter. You're not even that burst reliant. Sino's too bad for it to matter. Gaming? But Gaming doesn't do normal attacks, and I don't think this works on plunge attacks, does it? Yeah, it's only normal and charge. Raiden doesn't do normal or charge attacks either. But also, she doesn't care about energy generation. She scales directly with ER. You'd rather get your energy generation through building ER on her than through generating more particles, generally. Kind of. Yeah, there just isn't a character that's good and would benefit from it. Neviled is technically burst reliant. I guess, yeah. But meh. Not that burst reliant. And he doesn't need to build that much ER. It's pretty much only Flins, actually. Yeah. So EMC on a different element would only really be good as Hydro or Animo for Flins. Right? But if we could start mix and matching constellations, we could do something more interesting too. And mix and matching talents as well. Let's make Frankenstein MC. Okay, let's try to figure out what the best version of Frankenstein MC is. So, skill, burst, A1, A4, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6. Alright, so we have all the elements. So we have Geo, Pyro, or Geo, Animo, Electro, Dendro, Animo, Hydro, Pyro. Oh my god. Okay. So, skill, boulder, burst, circle thingy. A1 is -2 second skill cooldown. A4 is shit. Most of the A4s are shit, though. Animo skill is hold thingy. Burst is tornado. A1 is A1 the healing one? No. A1 is the shit one. And this is also shit. We don't need to. We should actually write down the constellations too. C1 10 crit rate. C2 I don't think you can make C2 work on another version. It's too specific to the boulder staying on field. C3, I mean, whatever. I guess we don't need to include C3s and 5s. C4. Five energy per Q hit. Five to 25 energy. C6. Oh wait. 10 seconds burst duration? Wait, that's kind of insane. 5 second skill duration doesn't do anything. I guess 5 second skill duration on Animo MC could be cool, but no. It's mostly 10 second Q duration. Okay, huge. Alright, what about Animo MC? What do we got? C1 is grouping, but no. We're never looking at that. C2, 16% ER, that's so bad. C4 is complete dog shit. C6, 20% shred. Alright, next MC. Electro MC. So, skill is energy. Amulets. Burst is coordinated attacks. A1. It's 4.5 second skill cooldown. What the fuck? What? What's going on, bro? What is this autocomplete? Huh? What's going on? Oh my god. Leaked MC. Minus 1.5 CD per hit, I think. We can say. Alright, so Animo MC would be minus 4.5, Dendro MC would only be minus 1.5. Why do I have Animo twice? Oh well. A4. A4 wouldn't really work on other ones. Constellations. C1. It's +1 amulet. But that doesn't really, nah, that wouldn't really work on other ones. C2, 15% shred. C4, double effectiveness of the skill when under 35% energy. Doesn't really work, honestly. And C6, every third hit of burst is yeah, it also doesn't really work. Alright. Next is Dendro MC. So Dendro skill is shit. You would never want that on something else. And the burst is honestly also shit. You would never want that on something else. Actually, is that true? Because you could do Dendro MC burst plus Pyro MC skill to have a fairly consistent off-field application on any element. I guess, yeah. We could think about it. Okay. A1. 60 EM. Buff. A4. EM to damage percent. C1. After Razor, that's skill. 3.5 energy. That's dog shit. C2. 3-second duration. C4. Wouldn't really work. C6. $12 damage percent. Hydro MC. Oh boy. We would never want either of the skill or burst from Hydro MC. They are so bad. A1 wouldn't really work. A4 wouldn't really work either. What about the cons? C1 wouldn't really work. C2 wouldn't really work. C4, you get shielded while on field. Wouldn't really work. C6, bit of healing. Wouldn't really work. Yeah, okay, wow, that's nice. Yep. That's so bricked, man. That's so bricked. Okay. And finally, Pyro MC. Pyro MC skill is just off field. Pyro MC burst is honestly just shit. A1. Doesn't really do anything. Increased AoE doesn't matter. A4. It's like 13 energy refund basically. C1. 15% damage. C2. 28 Night Soul. C4. It's just self-damage percent, it's dog shit. And C6. Infusion. Okay. So, the biggest problem with Pyro MC is that if you just give them the skill, there's no uptime. You need to have skill plus C2 to get any uptime. And that rules out a few of the good C2 options. So, Amalgam 1. Pyro MC skill. I don't think we want Pyro MC burst ever. I think we go DMC burst. A1. Probably want DMC 60 EM buff. A4. I guess so many of them are dog shit. I guess you want PMC. Which element would they be? We haven't decided yet. Wouldn't DMC burst a spot with PMC skill? If we were Pyro, yes, but we're not Pyro. Why not DMC burst plus C1? Because the C1 is not the burst. GOMC has dog shit abilities, but good constellations. If you can get the constellations without the abilities, that's great. Alright, like 10 crit rate? Amazing. C2, I think we need the Pyro MC Night Soul. C4. I mean, I guess there's only one good one. And then C6. You probably want GOMC 10-second duration. And you want this as like a Hydro character? Everybody knows. Everywhere I go. Would this be a good character? You guys wanna? You guys want me to add this to the Flins sheet? Amalgam MC. I think I can copy paste the stats to some extent. Oh, okay. 56.2 every second. 56.2 times 16 divided by 2. No, times 20. No. times 16 divided by 2. Then 136.3. How many times does it hit again? 14 times? 15 times? $160.3. Okay. You would probably go your damage. I don't fucking know, man. Okay, so what did we have? We had 60 EM. So plus if this equals amalgam MC 60 0. We have 20 CV plus if this equals amalgam MC 20 0. I guess for this one you'd rather have the shred, huh? Yeah, you'd rather have the shred. Okay. And then we'd also have access to scrolls. Yeah. Okay. So I know C6 was 109k. Amalgam MC with Serenade scrolls. That's not better than TOM and Serenade. 118k. So like 9%, 8%, 9% team DPS over the current best one. You do that with the free 4 stars like Kole, Kachina, I know. I'm kind of down, yeah. Only the ones that a new player can obtain for free, but not directly from the story. Or like the ones that are that you obtain through something that is that you see on the event screen here. So like Kaya, Lisa, and Amber are not included. But Barbara, Kachina, Aino, Lynette, Changling, Kole. Can we not count Changling for balance? Yeah, that's probably... Yeah. Perfect one will just be Changling. I mean, some of Changling's cons are pretty ass. And also, Guoba's not that good. Like, you'd rather have Kachina's Turbo Twirly than Guoba. Yeah, because you get Codex. Or you get Scrolls. Or Codex. Yeah, you can go for either of them. So wait, who do we have? We had Xiangling, Aino, Cole. Who else? Lynette. Barbara. Kachina. I think that's it. Skill. Burst. A1, A4, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6. Guoba, Pyronado. Shit. Garbage. Trash. Bowling. Thingy. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, we can ditch these two. Lynette's kill, shit. Lynette off field. Hat. Shit, shit. Kachina. Turbo. Whirly. Is there an H? I feel like there should be, but I don't think so. Shit. So, like, realistically, we don't need to include any of these, and it's only these that matter, right? Actually, yeah, okay, yeah. So then, let's look at Xiangling. Okay, A1, nothing. We don't need to put it. A4, when the 10% attack. C1, 15% shred. C2, no. C4, 40% Q time. C6, 15% damage. I know. Talents. Wait. Wait. Two X Q speed. Wait. Wait. Hey, listen, okay? All I'm saying is that would go pretty hard on Pyronado. A4 is too bad to matter. Cons. C1, 80 AoE EM. C2, dog shit. C4, 10 energy. C6, 35% lunar. Cole. A1 is it's just +1 application, right? You only get 3 hits by default. 3 hits, 1 up. A4. Three-second Q duration. C1, 20% ER. C2. Meh. It's not happening. Same for the A1. Let's just remove it. C4. 60 EM. C6. Wait. $200 MV per E. It's probably not gonna be good. Yeah, none of these have a skill you can spam. Alright. Lynette! A1. 8 to 20% attack. A4. 15% self-damage. C1. Nothing. C2. Two X hit on the burst. Oh, this is gonna be crazy. Oh boy. C4. 1E charge. C6. Infusion. Barbara. There could be some interesting stuff here too. Barbara has some weird stuff. So C1 is not dog shit. C4, or sorry, not C1, A1. A4 is 5-second E duration. Let's just call it time. C1 is 2 energy per rotation, huge. C2, 15% CD and damage. C4, nothing. C6, revive. And finally, Kachina. This is dog. Well, no, this is dog shit. This is dog shit. C1 is dog shit. C2 C2 is kind of interesting. Because that means that you could get Nizel without needing Turbo Twirly. So maybe there's something there. But it's not better than 2 times Q hit, so never mind. C4. It's shit. And C6. It's shit. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. We will craft afterwards. I've returned. Hello, chat. Okay. So... what would be the best skill? I guess it's just Turbo Twirly. Okay, is there a W? There is not. Okay. Sorry, I meant an H. There is no H. Okay. And then the burst is definitely Pyronado. 100%. A1, 2x Q speed. A4, 3 seconds Q duration. C1. None of the C1s are good. I guess you just keep channeling C1. C2, 2x Q hit. C4, 40% Q time. C6. I don't think any of them matters. Lunar. I guess, yeah. But also no. Because, like, their best team would not be a Lunar team. You'd much rather play them hyper carry. Motion value it is? No, because this is 200 motion value over a rotation. None of them are good. I guess Lynette's Infusion is also 20% damage, right? Would 2x even help you since you're gated on channeling by internal timing? Yeah, but the way that Ino's Essential One works, it does not make the things that are getting shot move faster. It makes it shoot more often. So I think it follows that if that passive was applied to Pyronado, it would make it hit more often, not just spin faster. Yeah, I think it would just be the infusion. What element would you make them? Hydro? I don't think so. I think you'd want them to be Pyro. Because you need really fucking fast aura application to make that work. What's up, Arnold? Or you could try to go all in on a non-reaction team. But I feel like that's not better. But maybe this is too difficult, actually. Because, like, this Pyronado is hitting 4 times faster than usual Pyronado does. How are we feeling about Luna 1? I listen, okay? Setting aside anything I feel towards the patch's content, okay? calling it Lunar 1 pisses me off. Why? Why? Why would you call it Luna 1? I love that the first match of the major version is 1 instead of 0 now, so that we're gonna get Omega fucking confused all the time. Ah! Ah! Anyways. But yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure this is too fast to properly enable. So you'd have to go for a team that doesn't rely on its reactions. Or, this could work for Aggravator Spread. But is it good enough for Aggravator Spread? Probably not. Or rather, it's too good for Aggravator Spread. You can probably end up with so much more damage without it. So then you could either make them Cryo or Hydro, I think. I think their best team would probably be an Escoffier team. It's like 24 Power Tornado hits? Oh, no, it is not. It is way more than 24. Default Power Tornado is like 12. Right? But we're getting longer duration, right? It's 13 times 1.4. 18-second duration. So it's probably like 17 baseline hits. 16, 17 baseline hits. But it hits twice as fast, and each one is a double hit. So it's 68 baseline hits, but that's assuming you don't get double hits, like additionally from that you can get against bosses right now. So you could probably bring that to like 24-ish, 96 total in some situations. For now, let's look at 68. Against Stolpa, bro, I know, right? $68 times 240% with 68 aggravate procs is too low for aggravate. So the thing is, it doesn't matter the amount of hits, right? The point is, your motion value is 240% and each one triggers aggravate. Is that better than instead of sacrificing a team slot for Dendro and limiting your buff options to the Electro ones, putting Escoffier and Farina on your team? And the answer to that is, no, it's not. I think you would want them Cryo, because then they'd also be an insane support for any Pyro carry. Yeah, I think we're locking in Cryo. What would the team be? Escoffier, Farina, Mulani? SKV for Reyna Skirk? I'm pretty sure Skirk would be a DPS loss over TTDS in Cinder City. Weapon type? That's a good question. What should the weapon type be? Polearm. Polearm lets you have catch, but is that the best one? Claymore? Imagine the shatter carry. True. I mean, you can make them not blunt attacks. Claymore for Serpent Spine. Are you not gonna overcap crit with Cinder City plus Serpent Spine plus Cryo Resonance? You probably will. I don't like that. It's Cinder City. I meant Codex. Catalyst? Catalyst for TTS? Fuck no. Sword best option? What, for Finale? That's not that good. For Wolf's Fang? Crit rate, also a problem. Witsith? Oh boy. New Burst Sword? Burst is 80 cost, so it wouldn't work. Do we assume 80 cost? Yeah, we're assuming that it's Pyronado. Pyronado is 80 cost. Moon's Moon wouldn't be bad, but I guess same for Waybreaker's Fan at that point. It's not that good either. Is there anything really good? Eh. For swords. What we need is something equivalent to this. Not this, sorry. Something equivalent to this, but that gives attack instead of EM. Veiled Flower? No, because that's also EM. We don't want EM. Just play Melt? You can't. The application is too fast. I guess you could play Melt with On-Field Bennett with a 2 YAP. Like, On-Field Bennett plus Shangling plus this, I guess, could work, but it's a little sus. Yeah. What about Mega Magic Sword? I guess it's not bad. Alright, 48% attack on the passive. That's alright. But you probably do Fab Verena, Fab Escoffier, not Fab Milani, but Fab Verena, Fab Escoffier, and 2 Milani. So I guess the ER requirements probably aren't that high, so maybe your weapon is not worth it. What's your base crit rate here? 27.6, 40, 15, 5, 87. I mean, it's probably somewhat playable, but it's not ideal with Serpent Spine. Isn't the new sword kind of broken? It won't activate. 80 cost. Let's just... Still 40 burst damage? Yeah, but that's not that good. Maybe just catch. I don't wanna. Fuck it. Sure. Let's just do catch. Fine. Fine! So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack. No. Damage percent 1, damage percent 2. E attack 1, E attack 2. Could also have EM just in case. Motion value 1, motion value 2, damage 1, damage 2, damage time DPS. Okay. Base attack. Which base stats should we use? Probably Lynette, right? $232, 24, or no, with damage percent. It would be converted to whatever element it is, by the way. That's the assumption I'm making for now. So 242 and damage percent. No, 232 and damage percent. I know is EM Ascension, so it's gonna be shit. Same for Xiaoling. Cole, I think is attack. It's 200 though, so no. Kachina, I'm pretty sure is also dog shit. That's not that bad. 217. Actually, maybe we'll use Kachina instead of Lynette, just because Kachina's polearm, so it feels like we're cheating a bit less. So let's do Kachina base stats. Base attack, 217 plus 510. Attack percent. Do we have any attack percent from these things? This is 20 damage percent. No. So, TOM, Noblesse, Substats, TDDS. This attack is really low, man. With cash, we probably go attack sense. Yeah, okay. EM for now. Okay, crit value, 60 base, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 24 from catch. We don't have any other CV from this, but we would go Codex. So 40 from Codex times 2. And that's it. Catch only burst crit rate, sure, but the skill does like 2 damage, so it's fine. Crit multiplier. Damage percent. So, Codex. Cinder City on Mulani. Farina. Goblet. I think that's it. Damage percent for the non-burst damage. It's actually the same. Actually, no. Oh yeah, we also have Ascension stat and catch. Okay. Effective attack 1 is total attack times 1 plus damage percent 1 times crit multiplier. Okay. Motion value 2 is going to be turbo twirly. Oh, but it's defense scaling damage. It's not like it fucking matters, man. Alright. And then the big one. 144. 176. 219. 224 times 68. Damage. We have 55 shred from Escoffier, right? So 45, so 225. What else? Oh, we forgot the... Right. We forgot this additional shred. We also forgot the 20 damage percent from Lynette C6. So... 15 shred brings us to 70 shred total, 1.3. And the 20 damage percent from infusion. So 97k personal DPS. In a team that has Escoffier, Farina, Molani. If we somehow oh, actually, let's do Sunfire. Oh, wait, Sunfire would work. Bennett, Jean, what would the last one be? Real Charling? No, I don't think so. Shilonen? It could be Shilonen, yeah. Yeah, okay. So, Freeze and Sunfire with Shilonen. So Sunfire with Shilonen. We still have Noblesse. We don't have TOM. We don't have VV. Have Bennett buff. Hmm. Maybe you wouldn't go catch. I don't know. Yeah, probably go EM Sands. Crit value. Oh, I had forgotten Cryo Resonance here. Oopsie. So, yeah. Damage percent. We don't have Farina anymore. We still have Codex. We still have all the self stuff. Um... Hmm. times 1.5. And the shred, we now have 76, 66, 33. 140k personal DPS. Step aside, Mawika. True. And this is against an enemy that doesn't allow you to double hit, right? If you're against an enemy that does allow you to double hit, you can probably get upwards of 100 hits. $200k personal DPS. Yeah, this would be a little strong, I think. Okay, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, we will... Bro. Am I really stun locked out of YouTube Studio by something that says, get tips for success on YouTube, and there's an apply now button, and there's no other button, and I can't leave this menu? Whatever. What the fuck is this thumbnail? Bro, what is this? Anyways, I'm gonna post a video on level 100. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. Tomorrow we'll watch a concert for real. Actually, fuck. I didn't do the stall. Okay, we'll do the stall and then we'll end stream. Fuck, I've already posted the video. Ah! Shit, we speedrun, we speedrun, we speedrun, we speedrun, we speedrun, we speedrun, we speedrun. Stare. Fuck. We'll pound, we'll zilch, we'll zilch. Elate. Okay, bet. Next. We go to the mini. Let's go, let's do it. Let's go to the mini, okay. Oh, fuck you, that's not a mini! Oh. Hen. Rhubarb. Don't know. I don't know what a tart taste is supposed to be. GG. Wedding companion. Best man? Mm-hmm. Yes? Okay. Org. It might be blown in the 4th quarter. No clue. Whistle, actually. Okay, I don't think it's best man. Whistle. Continent-wide soccer tournament. I don't know. Wasn't too full for dessert. I don't know. Wiping as a hard drive. Erasing. Textures, don't worry about it. No big deal. Fuzzy photo features. No clue. Many characters on Apple TV's Slow Horses on it, or Netflix's Black Doves. No clue. Cross is out. I don't know. Girl dad? Type of beer that starts with S? It's probably Euro something. This is probably sours then. Euro. No. Had room. Blurs? Maybe it's not whistle? Because this feels like it should be Detroit. But maybe not. I don't fucking know. Bro, what? Fuck. Dude. Fuck! Fuck! Maybe it's not... Yes. Like, this is probably cup, right? Saint? Saint Croix, is that a thing? Probably. Yep. Shy? No. X's? No. What? Oh, +1! Angle. Fuck, dude, that's 80... 80? It's not exactly 80. 81. Fuck. 82. 83. 84. Fuck. Shit. Spell check. Alright. Let's hurry it up. I'm not a robot. I swear I'm not a... Really? Does that count? There's kind of... There's... Okay, I don't think it... Whatever, man.
Stark. A adjective snarl. Hatchling. A noun meaning a recently hatched animal. Glinting. A verb meaning to glance off an object. This word comes from Middle English, meaning to dart obliquely. Hire. A noun meaning payment for the temporary use of something. This word originates from Middle English, which was derived from Old English here.
Okay.
Juneteenth. A noun meaning June 19th observed as a legal holiday. Fulminate. A verb meaning to utter or send out with
Dude,
denunciation.
I know this because of League of Legends Arena Fulmination.
Pituitary. A adjective. Pituitary. A adjective meaning of or relating to the pituitary.
Is it I or E? I forgot. I think it's I. Yeah.
Leviathan. A noun meaning a... Onerous. A adjective meaning involved. Bacal. A adjective meaning of, relating to, near, involving or supplying a cheek. Latin bucca meaning cheek is... Bauhaus. A adjective meaning of, relating to or influenced by a school of design, noted especially for a program that synthesized technology, craftsmanship.
Okay.
Bathos. A noun meaning the sudden appearance of the commonplace in otherwise elevated matter or style. The word is derived... Bathos. A noun meaning the sudden appearance of the commonplace in otherwise elevated matter or style. The word is derived from Greek bathos meaning depth.
Okay.
Capsaicin. A noun meaning a color... Condescendingly. A adjective meaning showing or characterized.
Okay. Not too bad. I'll take it. Yeah, I didn't know that at all. GG. Next. Genshin. We need to do the Genshin. Let's hurry up. Kaya. It's not Kaya. Okay, Nahida. It's not Nahida. That's fine. What do we got? Okay, still far away. Let's do Mawika. It is, okay. Before Mawika, either Polearm or, let's try Kachina. It's not Kachina. Fuck. I'm an idiot, bro. I'm such an idiot. Now it's a 50-50. I should have guessed Auroron. Why didn't I guess Auroron? It's a 50-50. I don't know which one it is. Fuck. Because I don't know the talent books. Shit. Because there's only one polearm user. There's two bow users. Fuck! I knew that I've done this exact mistake before, and I almost lost my streak, but I won the 50-50. Last time it was Chaska, so let's hope it's Auroron. Fuck. GG. We lost our streak. I should have just accepted skipping a day on this one. That's on me, man. Fuck. I don't know. Milani? Waves? Beto? Kaza? Shiori? Noel? Navia? Noel? Lila? Bald? Kafka? Listening has always been my job. Listening. Who's a listener? I don't know. I don't care. I don't. They need to have a job. They need to be employed. I don't fucking know, bro. No clue who that is, bro. I'm gonna guess at random. I wanna hear it.
If you encounter any problems, feel free to talk to me. Listening has always been my job.
What the fuck? Who the hell is that, bro? Maybe it's one of the new ones. No, it was Sunday. GG. Daily ability. Is that Ronmei? No. Locha? No. Who else has that? Is it Linksha? I forgot. Monodrama. Is that Sparkle? It is. Huh. I don't recognize that ability. GG. It's fine. It's a doctor. What if it's doctor ratio? It's a small doctor. Bailu. Alright. GG. Ben. Fire. Lighter. Oh. Neither of these factions. Soldier? Yep. Ben. Alright, any guesser? Is that, Charlotte? Oh, that's Black Company. Don't know this one. No clue. GG. 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 Guess the character. I don't remember his name, man. From, do I know any of the other ones? Is that the ghoul? Is that the ghoul, chat? No, right? I don't think so. I don't know the other ones. I think his name. I think his name was a piano brand. Close, man. Close. Close. Close enough, man. Close enough. Honestly, I deserve that point, I think, personally. Oh, we got a number 6. That's crazy. Alright. No clue. Really? I don't recognize this guy at all. I don't know any of these. There's a big K here, so maybe this is from K On. I don't know what K On is. K Project. I don't know. One of these, probably. K. What if it's just from K? What if there's something called K? It's not. Okay, GG. Anidol. Is it a Baki day? It's not. Manga. Better than Baki. Released before Baki. What should our guess be? Naruto? I think Naruto's higher. Yeah. Not too good. Worse than Naruto. That's, yeah. Not action, adventure, fantasy. Let's try romance. Throwaway bullshit. Fairly old, but not, like, ancient romance. Berserk. It wouldn't be Berserk because it's not gore. Fruits Basket. Fruits Basket is rated way higher than this because they, yeah. Try Nisekoi. School Romance from 2014. Oh boy. Oh boy. Good guess. Is Toradora from 14? I don't know. No, it is not. Your Lie in April? Is that really rated worse than Naruto? Surely not, right? No, okay. The Love Polygon. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed this one. Thank you, chat. Hello? Why is it not? Okay. Oh my god. Bro, okay, this is struggling. I'm gonna close it and open it again. Nope, that's... I think I've heard this, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard it often enough to recognize... Oh. Don't know. Oh. They're playing badminton, so there might be badminton in the title. Badminton. The badminton play of Ayano Hanesaki. Woo! Easy clap. Easy clap. Easy clap. Oh my god. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Okay, that's that. Stream over. Go watch the video. Video's been posted for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. So go watch it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Here's the link. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!